The Kraft Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borge, Jerry Lester, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids and Hal, and Bing's guests for this evening, Madeline Carroll, star of the Paramount picture Bahama Passage, Igor Gorin, famous concert baritone, and Slammin' Sammy Sneed, one of the nation's most colorful golf pros. This evening, by special request of General MacArthur on Bataan Peninsula and Colonel Aiken on Corregidor, the Kraft Music Hall is being relayed by short wave over a specially cleared channel to the American and Philippine fighting forces under their command. And here, with a salute to these great Americans, is Bing Crosby.
Over hill, over dale, we will hit the dusty trail, and those caissons go rolling along. Up and down, in and out, counter marching left about, and those caissons go rolling along. For it's high, high, he, in the field artillery. Shout out your woe loud and strong, for wherever you go, you will always know that those caissons go rolling along.
Over hill, over dale, we will hit the dusty trail, and those caissons go rolling along. Up and down, in and out, counter march to left about, and those caissons go rolling along.
For it's high, high, he, in the field artillery. Shout out your woe loud and strong, and wherever you go, you will always know that those caissons go rolling along. And the caissons go rolling along.
Yes, sir, the caissons keep rolling along and those 155s keep dishing it out. And another great adventure at arms is being carried on in the American tradition by General Douglas MacArthur, Colonel Aiken, Major General Valdez, Brigadier General Francisco, General Lim, and their fighting men on Bataan Peninsula and Corregidor. Here in the old Kraft Music Hall, we consider ourselves honored to be able to get through to you men in the Philippines with a few tunes, a few wheezes, and maybe the general feel of what's going on here in the States. We, being our guests, Madeline Carroll, Igor Gorin and Sam Sneed, as well as the regular Kraft Music Hall group. Wonderful, isn't it, Mary, to think that we're going through to the Philippines?
Honestly, Bing, it's the most thrilling thing that ever happened to me.
Do you have any message for the men?
Well, they must know how the whole world of free people feels about them. But I do think they might like to know that all the old jokes about Crosby's horses have been forgotten.
Good, good.
In favor of a lot of old jokes about the lack of automobile tires.
Well, that figures, Mary. You know, as rubber tires go out, my autonoyers get to look better and better.
I always thought your horses looked good.
Thank you.
Pulling a wagon.
Yeah. Well, that about brings you men up to date on the gags situation. No change. This will bring you up to today's top tune.
Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Track 29. Boy, you can give me a shine. I can afford to board a Chattanooga choo-choo. I've got my fare, just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina. Oh, when you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Shovel all the coal in, you got to keep it rolling. Woo-woo, Chattanooga, there you are.
You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45.
Before you know it, you're in Baltimore. Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs and Carolina. When you hear the whistle blowing into the bar, then you know that Tennessee is not very far. Shovel on the coal in, gotta keep a-rollin'. Whoop, whoop, Chattanooga, there you are. Da, 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 roo, roo, roo.
There's gonna be
Ra-da,
a certain party at the station.
da, doo, da, doo,
Satin and lace.
doo, da, doo,
Used to call the kid funny face.
roo, roo, roo.
She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me
Home,
home?
sweet home, a Chattanooga home, sweet home, a Chattanooga home, sweet home, a Chattanooga home, sweet home.
Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? All aboard, all aboard, all aboard.
Currently being seen in Paramount's Technicolor eyeful, Bahama Passage, Madeline Carroll was well on her way to becoming the screen's outstanding example of gracious charm and delicate refinement when old Chisel Chin Hope singled out the lovely and defenseless Madeline to be a running gag on his weekly round-table educational sessions. After 2 years of being bandied about by old Chiz, many people have begun to think of Madeline Carroll as beautiful but fantastic. You know, the kind of a girl who, when stepping through the French windows from the garden into the ballroom, forgets to open the French windows. Now, this naturally is not the case, because for sheer beauty and charm and graciousness and poetry of motion, there is nothing so exquisitely poised as Madeline Carroll stepping from the garden into the ballroom through the French windows as the lackey announces her.
Miss Madeline Carroll.
Oh, darn, I always forget to open those French windows.
I see. You're still under the Hope influence, huh? Say, you've been seeing much of Puffy lately?
Oh, I haven't time even for hope. I'm reserving all my dates for servicemen, and none above the rank of sergeant. Sorry, top sergeant, Dan.
Well, that ought to qualify you as the nation's #1 blind date.
Well, I'm sure lots of girls all over the country are blind dating soldiers the way I am. There's nothing new about it.
No.
It's been going on for years.
That's true, Madeline. And in an effort to show just how it's been going on for years and what happens when a girl gets herself set for a blind date, we bring you a tender little scene between two devoted roommates. Mary the Jitterbug and Madeline the home girl.
I got a date with an angel. I'm going to see her about 7. I got a date with an angel, and I'm on my way.
Mary, are you going out again tonight?
Oh, don't be a blister, sister. Of course I am. Well, I'm set out to cut a rug and have myself a holiday with a solid cinder. Honey, you couldn't hold me home with a halter. Not when I've got a blinder date.
You know, those blind dates always seem to me to be sort of, well, bingo with sex appeal.
I said blinder date. The guys I draw, I gotta wear blinders. I wish my Joe would show. I can hardly wait till we get to pulverizing the parquet. Boy, am I steaming to start ringing and twisted.
You know, it's funny, Mary, but I don't seem to understand this jitterbug dancing you do.
Well, it's a cinch and a clinch. All you gotta do is be a live wire with a loose connection. Well, I'm going upstairs to polish up. If my cat shows, keep the joint jumping.
Share the memory. Da-da-da-da-da-dee. Oh, somehow I can't seem to lose hope. All right, just a minute, I'm coming. hello.
Hi, child. Let's run wild. Here's your heat different. Say, this blind date dodge is beginning to pay off. How about the ruffle I won in this raffle?
Well, if you mean me, I'm not...
Sure, I mean you. You're as pretty a parcel of bobby pins as ever wrestled in a rumble, babe. Just call me Crosland, Speedy Crosland. Character here's my pal, Droop Carpenter. Garters chafe me, so I keep Droop around to hold up my socks. Say hello, Droop. Look here, wheel a time or two, will you, child? Solid. Nice to know the blue jackets aren't getting all the bundles. Yes, sir. Here's a blind date that to cure cataracts, astigmatism, or a quick tick. What's cooking, Cookie? You glad to see old Speedy?
How do you do, Seedy?
Speedy.
You could have fooled me.
Kid's a barrel of laughs, huh, Droop?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Speedy, but you see,
disappoint me? Well, I was expecting to call her some crow with a face like a satchel full of emery wheels. You know, some sad siren about 28 and 4 in the winter book.
They tell that square from Delaware to hold his fire. I'll be with him in a couple of ticks and 2 hot licks.
That's my roommate. She's a jitterbug.
Well, you can have her. These babes on the bounce are for Sweeney. I hate dancing myself. You know, when I see a doll jitterbugging, I can't figure it.
Can't figure what?
Whether it's her clutch that's slipping or her slip that's clutching.
Honey, I thought you'd like dancing because you're dressed up for a masquerade.
What masquerade? This is my regular suit.
Well, it certainly is a pleasure to meet a man who makes his own clothes.
Tell that rug cutter I'll be down in 2 bars. If you can't sit still, flip a hip with a drip till I smear on the face and splash on the lips.
Well, must be tough having a jitterbug for a roommate, huh?
Yes, it's rather like living with a pogo stick.
I could sail for you, though, sister. That's my type, huh, Droop? How do you fill out most of your evenings, sweetheart?
Oh, I read a lot. You see, I'm an old-fashioned girl.
Old-fashioned, huh? Well, order up, chick. What's a cuter to me? Go ahead. I go first cabin. Boy, you sure got a homey smile.
Well, you have quite a smile yourself. It reminds me of a face I saw down in San Diego last weekend. Would you mind smiling again?
Not at all. Like this? Now do you place the face?
I've got it. It was on a porpoise.
Well, now listen, don't let the figure fool you, slack babe. Those bulges are muscles. I was a big football star at college. Very big and good, too. Very good.
I don't like conceited
No,
men.
me neither. There's no excuse for it. I used to be one of the most conceited guys in college. But I changed after I got out. Now I'm one of the nicest fellas I know. Ain't that right, Droop? Come on, cut in here, beautiful. I like your style. I like your smile. To me, you're something Woolworth-wise. Now, what do you think of me? Come on, tell me what you think of me. Don't be bashful.
I'm not being bashful. I'm trying to be tactful.
Say, Madeline, tell that round haircut down there I've got my boots on. I'm in the groove, Toots, and I'm coming in like the B-19, a beaming and a streaming.
Madeline, did she... I thought you was married.
No, Mary's the girl upstairs. She's the one you're supposed to have the blind date with. I was trying to tell you all the
Well,
time.
here I am. Where's that cat of mine?
Right over there.
Him. Help a lady on a night like this. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. You made me want you. And all the time I knew it. I guess I always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me glad. But there were times, dear, You made me feel so bad. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I didn't want to tell you. I want some love that's true. Yes, I do. Deed, I do. You know I do. Give me what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I die for. You know you made me love you. You made me love you and I didn't want to do it. And all the time I knew it, I guess I always knew it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me glad. But there were times, dear, you made me feel so, oh, so bad. You made me sigh, for I didn't want to tell you. I thought I couldn't tell you. I want some love that's true. Yes, I do. Deed, I do. You know I do. Give me what I cry for. You know you got the brand of kisses that I'd die for. You know you made me love you. Deed, I do.
That was swell, Mary. It might be good to take that right from the coda again, but I think my friend Ken here has other plans.
These are days when good nutrition takes on a new importance. It's downright patriotic to know your vitamin alphabet and to see that your 3 meals every day are well balanced. America must be strong, and Americans must be strong. Apropos of all this, I want to give you a few facts about the nutrition of Velveeta, Kraft's popular cheese food. For hidden in Velveeta's rich, mild cheddar cheese flavor are food values good for every single one of us. Milk protein to help build strong muscles, milk minerals to help build sound teeth and bones, food energy, vitamin A and vitamin G. And on top of all this, Velveeta is pasteurized and digestible as milk itself. So you see, Velveeta snacks and sandwiches are good for the family. Hot dishes rich with golden Velveeta are worthy of a main place at luncheon or dinner. Enjoy this famous cheese food regularly. Get the thrifty 2-pound Velveeta loaf. Or if your dinner table is run from a kitchenette, the half-pound package of delicious Velveeta.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The sage in bloom is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas.
The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The sage in bloom is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas.
All the coyotes wail along the trail, deep in the heart of Texas. The prairie starry sky is wide and high, deep in the heart of Texas. The sage in bloom is like perfume, deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love, deep in the heart of Texas. Deep in the heart of Texas. Comes now. Comes now from deep in the heart of Denmark, one Victor Borge, linguist extraordinaire, pianist nonpareil, and one who is making a thorough study of our American customs. It seems that lately Victor Borge has been on an expedition through the perilous waters of Upper Tin Pan Alley, and he's made some startling discoveries. So, Victor?
I would like you to know how modern composers are being inspired and how they compose their modern compositions,
Yes,
their song hits.
Mm-hmm. Give us that.
Yes, I will. You think maybe they're sitting up day and night as the old composers did it, waiting for the inspiration? So they are. But it doesn't come, and that's bad. And now they do the same thing as I'm going to do. They have next to them a very large pile of old music, Beethoven and Mozart and Johann Strauss and Haydn and Boogie Woogie and...
Boogie Woogie.
Yeah.
What's his first name?
Oh, that's Hoogie Boogie Woogie.
Hoogie Boogie.
And then they have a pair of scissors,
I got that.
here, and some paste and a paste brush. Mm-hmm. And now they compose.
Now they're equipped.
Now they're going to compose a song hit. The only thing they know is that it's going to be a song.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know it's going to be a hit because sometime it is and sometime it isn't. Most sometime isn't. And I should like you to mention a couple of old composers from which you want me to get the inspiration from,
How about Tchaikovsky?
Okay, Skip.
Make it Strauss.
Mickey Mouse, yes. Mickey Mouse. Has somebody else something to say?
Debussy.
Debussy? Oh, Yehudi, yeah.
No.
Why don't you mention the name I asked you to mention?
Oh, Rachmaninoff.
Okay, Strauss. Somebody else has something in mind?
William Shakespeare.
Okay, Victor Borge, glad to know you.
Wagner?
Who?
Wagner.
Wagner, yes.
And Liszt.
And Liszt, yes, in Army or Navy. Or... Oh, you mean Liszt? Yes, we have a big enough list now. I think that's all right. And now I take some of those composers. Maybe we have them here. Let's see, here's one. Tchaikovsky. Let's see what he has done. Done something here. No, that'd never be popular.
No.
Anymore. I hope. And here is some... Oh, that is nice, this here.
Wait, what about...
No, this is Schubert, This is just a moment. I'll play it for you now.
Well, what about?
Oh, shh, I'm playing.
Oh, pardon.
This is the last part of the unfinished,
Oh.
Nobody will recognize that. So we just take another one. Here we have Schubert again. But another Schubert we have here. Let me see. Not very well known, I take that.
Got your scissors there?
Yeah, I just cut out. No, that's too much. You see, I just need a couple of bars here. And I cut it out. Let me see. ought to be trimmed a little bit here. Da-dee-da-da-dum, da-da-da. Now I paste it on the cardboard,
Yeah.
So that's it. And, oh, wait a minute, that's one tune too much here. So now we take Strauss.
Ah, Strauss.
Yes, well, what has he done? Let's see. Strauss. Oh, the Blue Danube. That's nice. Want to hear it?
You love it.
You love it? Mm-hmm. So do I. Well, there's something wrong here.
Yeah.
At the moment.
Try it again.
Oh, that's I have the upside down,
Yeah.
I put him over to the left. I'll take just a little part of that and let's see, I cut here and here. So. That's about, oh, I wanted to peel off my finger here, but that's not. So what have we got now? There's something wrong here, too. I need one, but I think it's on the floor. Here it is. There's an F flat. Oh, maybe it's not flat. I don't know. It's F anyway. So. Oh, I put it in the bass. There's something wrong here, but it doesn't matter. Just take the whole thing out here. So, now we have the whole thing, and John Trotter, I just want to give it to you. Maybe the boys can follow me later on, So maybe it's very easy to do here. So, and now we have two pieces. Fine. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
And then... the Blue Danube and the Serenade, but that's we can't call it that because everybody will recognize it. We call it the Blue Serenade.
Covers everything.
Yeah, it covers everything. Yeah.
Good.
And now you want it as foxtrot or rumba or
Tango.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. So I just want to place at the waltz. See, a waltz, the Blue Serenade.
That was fine, Victor, really fine. Now get yourself some words and you got a hit. 2 hits, maybe. Continuing now in a blue mood, here's Blues in the Night. My mama done told me when I was in knee pants. My mama done told me, son, a woman'll sweet talk and give you the big eye. But when that sweet talking's done, a woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. Now the rains are falling, hear the train a-calling, hoo-wee.
His mama done told him,
hear that lonesome whistle blowing across the trestle, hoo-wee.
his mama done told him,
A-hooey da hooey, old clickety-clacks echoing back the blues in the night. From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the 4 winds blow. I've been in some big towns, heard me some big talk, but there is one thing I know. A woman's a two-faced, worrisome thing who'll leave you to sing the blues in the night. My mama was right, there's blues in the night. Thus, friends, blues in the night. But if you really want to hear what my mama done told me, give ear to Kenneth.
Good nutrition really begins with good flavor. You know what I mean, don't you, Mother? A food might be chock full of fine nutritive value, but if it hasn't an appetizing come-on, if the family ignores it, well, what's the use? For both flavor and fine food value, Velveeta is a top-notcher. This cheese food has a rich yet mild cheddar flavor that everybody goes for. And as for nutrition, it helps supply milk protein, milk minerals, food energy, vitamins A and G, and it's digestible as milk. But aside from all this, Velveeta can make other fine foods more appetizing. For instance, vegetables. They're an extra special treat when you serve them in rich golden Velveeta sauce. And that sauce is as easy as 1, 2, 3 to make. You simply melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of a double boiler. Stir in 1/3 cup of milk. And there's a wonderful, nutritious cheese sauce all ready. Get the 2-pound Velveeta loaf today so that you'll have plenty of this delicious cheese food for snacks and sandwiches and for cheese sauce. Velveeta always melts and toasts to perfection. Besides that, it's spreadable at room temperature, or right out of the icebox, it slices neatly. You see, there are dozens of ways to add food value and make meals more exciting when you have a handy 2-pound Velveeta loaf or a 1/2-pound package of Velveeta. You know, Dr. Crosby, defense stamps and bonds have gotten into my blood so much that, well, they're beginning to show up in my bell work. You remember how the bells used to go bong, bong, bong?
And they now go?
Bond, bond, bond.
Good.
Buy a bond.
That's a fine sentiment, Carp. You just keep your bells saying bon, bon, bon in the right key, and they'll begin to look like the Liberty Bell because they'll be ringing for the same old thing old LB cracked its side.
Then I'll get on with it.
And we'll get on with Kraft Music Hall matters involving Victor Borge, Jerry Lester, John Scott Trotter, Ken Carpenter, the Music Maids and Hal, Madeline Carroll, Sam Sneed, Igor Gorin, and for all the officers and men of General MacArthur's command in the Philippines, Mary Martin and I run through the following Shinamarusha. Johnny McCarthy loved Rosie O'Day. She was the prettiest thing.
And every night in his sweet Irish way, under her window he'd sing.
Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day. You're my filigadoosh, shinamaroosh, balderalla, boom, tootie, Rose O'Day, Rose O'Day. You're my filigadoosh, shinamaroosh, balderalla, boom, tootie. You're darling, you're daring, you're lovely.
Is that what you mean when you say
Substantially.
Rose O'Day?
Rose O'Day,
You're my filigadoosh,
shinamaroosh,
balderalla, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, Oh, Rose O'Day,
Rose O'Day.
my little Rosie O'Day.
Oh, Rosie O'Day, you're my filigadoosha,
Shinamarusha,
balderalla, boom,
boom,
tootie,
tootie, oh, Rose O'Day,
my Rose O'Day.
my little Rosie O'Day.
From the Isle of Capri, you're my filigadoosha,
Shinamarusha,
balderalla, boom,
boom,
tootie,
tootie,
You're daring, you're darling, you're lovely.
Is that what you mean when you say
That I do, that I do.
Oh, Rose O'Day,
Rose O'Day,
my little Rosie O'Day.
oh, Rose O'Day, you're my filigadoosha,
Shinamarusha,
balderalla, boom,
tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie, boom, tootie,
You know, for the playing of the National Pro Amateur Golf Tournament at Rancho Santa Fe on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I went shopping and really picked myself a partner. Slammin' Sammy Sneed of Hot Springs, Virginia. Samuel Jackson Sneed, that's his handle at home. But he just happens to be not only an extremely colorful nabob with a niblick, but he won more dough in 1 year than any other American professional golfer. You know, we've had 5 tournaments at Rancho Santa Fe, and Samuel Jackson has won the only 3 that he played in. So you see, when I get myself a partner, I don't fool around. How do you think we'll do, Sam?
You mean in our tournament?
Yes.
Well, you know, Bing, I've got a pretty tough handicap.
What is your handicap, Sam?
Crosby.
Wait a minute. He's breezed fit and ready to run to the mountains. You know, you could have done worse, Sam. Ben Hogan's got hope.
Well, that still leaves me needing faith and charity.
Least you don't have to worry none about Bob Hope's playing, Sam. Ruff never bothers Bob. He uses his nose for a mashie.
What do you really think the chances are, Sam, of you and Bing beating Hogan and Hope tomorrow?
Well, I'll try to match Hogan if Bing can take care of Hope.
Oh, he's all taken care of, Sam. He won't even be able to see tomorrow.
Are you sure of that?
Positively. With Madeline Carroll on our show, Hope won't sleep a wink tonight.
Really, Bing, you make me feel as if I'm in the enemy's camp.
I've always wanted to go camping. With Madeline Carroll.
What's your game like, Jerry?
I've seen Jerry play, Sam, and you wouldn't call it, you wouldn't call it,
Wouldn't call it what?
golf.
Cross, that's unkind. My average game is always around 72.
Is that on the first or the last 9 holes?
Is there more than one hole?
How did you get started playing golf for a living, Sam?
Oh, do I have to answer that, Mary? Gee, I'd sure just like to stand here and look at you.
Oh, Sam. You answer and keep your eyes open. Stun the people by doing two things at once.
Well, I started playing golf in Virginia. Almost developed one short leg getting around those hills.
Look out now, you'll get a letter from the local paper.
That's the Bath County Surprise.
Bath County Surprise?
Yeah, that's the name of our newspaper.
Well, look out.
I think their slogan is, if you're reading the latest news, that's the surprise. Well, anyway, that's where I started playing golf, on the goat course.
Goat course?
Yeah, 6 holes straight up the mountain and 3 holes straight down. And my dog caddied for me.
He did, huh? Brought back the balls?
Gee, my dog goes over to Hillcrest every day and caddies for me. Brings back other people's balls.
Good dog. But never mind that, Jerry. I'd like Sam to tell you about the time he took 8 on the last hole with a tournament right in the sack.
Which tournament?
The one you took 8 on the last hole in.
Oh, I've done that twice. I'm always behind the 8 ball.
No, I mean the National Open, where Byron Nelson was already in with 284.
Oh, well, I was on the last tee, a par 5 hole.
Yeah.
Well, I needed a bogey 6 to tie.
Bogey to tie.
A 5 to win, and then a birdie to win with 2 shots.
Well, how the dickens could you ever take 8?
Well,
What happened?
Well, being on leaving the 17th hole, having a bogey 5 there.
You took a bogey on 17?
Bogey 5.
You cooked a little, huh?
Well, going to the 18th tee, I'm really burning.
You're burning now, huh?
I'm really smoking.
I see. What'd you do?
Well, I thought I would need a 4 there, and I cut loose.
You really turned one loose
I
off the
really
tee,
turned it loose
Give
there.
it the full treatment.
I gave it too much treatment.
Give it the up and over?
Yeah, it landed in the rough.
Oh,
to
look
the
out.
left.
In the rough.
Yeah, and in the hole, too, a sandy, cuppy lie.
Bad lie.
A bad lie. Then I chose a brass.
Why don't you take an iron, knock it out on the fairway and get a 5?
I didn't want it on the fairway. I want to put it on the green.
On the green. Oh, you're playing... You're playing the big game, huh?
I'm playing the big game.
I see.
And you know there's a trap up there about 225 yards.
Yeah. You took a 4 wood
Well,
on it.
I thought I could go to the right of it or to the left of it.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought I could go over top of it.
Yeah.
But you know, when I hit that thing, it went just like 40 guns right at that
Right
trap.
straight at the trap.
Man, right straight at it.
What was in your mind while that ball was in the air?
You know, after it was in the air, the thing looked like it was going off. I said, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up.
yeah?
Yeah, but then it looked like it was going to go short.
What'd you say then?
Well, it did go short. And I said, whoa, whoa. But you know that thing went in that trap like a rat in
it
a hole.
always will. Never miss it.
Never missed.
Yeah.
And then I take an 8 on and try to put it onto the green.
Out of the trap.
Out of the trap.
Yeah, what happened to that?
I'm only 3 feet from the edge.
Yeah.
I hit the top of the trap, it bounded out 3 feet, came back 2 inches, almost back into the trap.
Oh, Lord.
Man, that was a horrible stance.
Why'd you have to hit it?
Well, it was waist high. I took a stance like a DiMaggio and a swing like Ted Williams, and I pulled it right to the left field in another trap.
Oh, in the 2-bit
And you know, on...
Sound like you're playing pinball here, sir.
Yeah. But you know, on the way from that trap to the other trap, a man came up to me and says, "Say, Sneed, you got to get down in 2 to tie Nelson. He's in
the
with
national
284.
championship, huh?
Yeah, and I said, woo man, why didn't somebody tell me this before?
So what'd you do there?
Well, I took my stance on this awful, terrible lie over there. I'm buried in the trap, and I put it on the green there about 60 feet from the hole.
Now you gotta get down. You gotta sink it to tie.
I got to sink it to tie. I lined it up from both ends.
Yeah, about a 40-footer.
But 60-footer.
Yeah, a seagoer, huh?
Yeah, one of those seagoers. Then I putted the ball, and it just trickled past that hole 3 feet.
Trickled on by the hole.
I sighted it from both ends again, and I put it, and it trickled again past
Trickled on,
3 inches.
Trickled on
and
again.
you know, I trickled that thing in the side door.
Well, what was going through your mind all the time?
But nothing. But let's get through this trickle and start pouring.
Say, Sam, do you like what you do as well as playing golf?
Well, it sounds awful sweet the way Sam tells it.
Oh, honest, Miss Martin?
Now, Sam, no Southern gentleman ever asks a girl if she's being honest.
Then maybe I'd better just listen while you sing.
Oh, well, thanks, Sam. Now, if you 2 kids want to be alone, perhaps you'll excuse me while I go over a little business with Igor Gorin. You know, it had been Igor's plan to stop off here in the Kraft Music Hall to break his jump between a concert in New Orleans and concerts in Honolulu. But things happened on December 7th to alter those plans, temporarily. So he's in Los Angeles this evening, breaking the jump between New Orleans and Milwaukee, where he gives his next concert on February the 8th. We don't have to wait as long as Milwaukee does, but for us, Igor Gorin sings Gypsy Airs immediately. Igor Gorin.
Gypsy life is calling me. There is sorrow, happiness, and romance. Gypsy life is calling me. When the night falls on the silent camp, you will say farewell before I start. Tears of anguish dim your pleading eyes, but it's fate that tells us we must part. Let's all drink and dance, hi-yo, laugh and forget your sorrow. Drink and be gay, forget tomorrow. Sing my gypsies songs of Romany. Let's dance Shardash to joyful melody. We're always merry, we're never sorry. Let's join in carefree dance with abandon. We're always merry, join in our carefree dance with abandon. Shardash, the dance of fire, the dance of gypsy camp. Shardash, the dance of fire, the dance of fire. Gypsy dance.
That was fine, Igor. Really beautiful. You know, I was kind of surprised this morning when I met you to find that in the past 3 years since the last time we met, you've practically completely lost your Russian accent.
Bing, please. I have been told by very dear friends I am trusting, that never in my life I'm talking with the slightest dialect.
Friends in New York told you this?
Oh, no. Friends in Moscow.
Say, Igor,
Yes, Victor?
don't pay any attention to Bing. I don't. Sometimes. Except when he talks. And then never. Ignore him.
Well, how can I ignore him when he says, I have a dialect?
What does he know? Sometimes he even tells me that I have a Danish accent.
Then from now on, I will ignore him.
Fine, and from now on, I'll call you Ignore Him Gorin.
Well, don't start ignoring me, Igor, until you've let us hear the beautiful setting that Albert Hay Malott made especially for you for the Pledge to the Flag, which you've been singing at all the Army and Navy camps.
It's a pleasure, Bing, and no more accent.
Good.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
thrilling, Igor, and it's been fine having you here in the hall. Next time you're out west, be sure and stop in to see us again. Because we think it's mighty fine country out here in the west. Mighty fine. Yes, sir, mighty fine. Especially around sunset when the purple mountains fade off there into the purple mountains. And over yonder in the distance you can just barely see the purple mountains. Just beginning to purple up a piece. Mary gal, what do you think of them purple mountains?
Sure are purple.
Powerful purple. Strange things happen out here, Mary gal. Yesterday I was riding home. When from behind a gully in a ravine, I heard two characters. Seemed to be hurting each other. I heard, ouch! Ouch! Look out! Ouch! Ouch! So I rushed up to see what was going on.
What was?
Two porcupines was necking.
Well, if you want to get romantic, let me hear you make an echo sound like Home on the Range.
Well, you picked a mighty good time to ask me, Mary. I was going to sing it anyway, tomorrow being President Roosevelt's 60th birthday.
I'm mighty glad you remembered Home on the Range was President Roosevelt's favorite song, Harry.
Well, there's something else we don't want to lose sight of either. None of us. And that's joining the president in his fight against infantile paralysis. This is the time to send in your dimes and dollars. Try and make it folding money, friends, because those tykes will thank you someday. And folding money travels faster. Here's to you, Mr. President.
Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day.
Passing up the millions of obvious jokes that might be made at this point, we say simply from range to kitchen to carpenter, a natural graduation. Tell us about the kitchen, chum.
With all the talk about proper nutrition these days, I'll bet some of you women are trying to figure out how to get still more milk into the family's meals. Well, one smart trick is to add those precious milk nutrients the Velveeta way. You see, Velveeta is a pasteurized dairy product that's rich in milk minerals, helps supply milk protein, too. An excellent food source of vitamins A and G, digestible as milk itself. And besides all that, it's a smacking good cheese food with a rich, mild cheddar flavor that practically everybody loves. With delicious Velveeta, you can tuck extra milk nutrients into the family meals by way of snacks, sandwiches, salads, hot Velveeta sauce, and baked dishes enriched with this fine cheese food. So add Velveeta to your stock of little dietetic tricks that give the family meals to help make them strong. Order some half-pound packages or a 2-pound loaf tomorrow. Kraft's delicious cheese food, Velveeta.
Who calls when a western moon is pale? Is there someone on the trail? Who calls? Who calls when the sage is silvery white? Is there someone in the night? Who calls? Somewhere across the great divide, someone who calls me to their side. Who calls when a star falls from above? Can it be the one I love? Who calls? Who calls?
And that, but for a few words by Madeline Carroll, is all we had planned for this evening in the old Kraft Music Hall. There'll be another meeting next Thursday, the same time things got started tonight, at which time, over and above our regular group, we're going to have John Garfield of the cinema, Lieutenant Harold B. Roberts, Executive Officer of the United States Maritime Service, Port Hueneme, California, and J. Winston Minot, who just got married, old Wingy the groom. That's next Thursday, and we're sorry that we couldn't read the stack of messages of cheer and encouragement that we received for you men in the Philippines. We want you to know that all your families here are listening in, and they send their best. We're only sorry that present broadcasting restrictions prevent singing request dedications. But here's Madeline Carroll to tell us what we want you all to know.
Every one of you is in our hearts, every minute. When Bing's dad heard I was so interested in the boys in the service, he asked me if I'd care to read a few lines written back in 1917 by Bing's brother, Ted, who lives in Spokane. Dad Crosby's pretty proud of his son for writing this, and I think you'll agree he has reason to be. I think it's fine, and it says better than I can what is in my heart and in the hearts of us all about you servicemen. I'm for the chap who's game for a scrap when the stakes are as big as these. The land we love, the homes we love, the girls we love, if you please. And the chances are he'll bring back a scar to show that he did his bit. For he's just the sort of a dead game sport that doesn't know how to quit. It's a lead pipe cinch, he's there in a pinch, though he loves to run a good bluff. But win or lose, if I were to choose, I'd pick him for hero stuff. He's the patriot breed that sprang from the seed deep planted in 76. He's American through from his hat to his shoe, And once he goes in, he sticks.
Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
The Rudy Valley Seal Test program with John and Diana Barrymore will follow immediately over most of these same stations. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
In solemn agreement with 25 other nations, the United States has set as its immediate goal a complete victory over the Axis aggressors. Since the treacherous attack on Pearl Harbor, the American people have closed their ranks. They are now determined to mobilize to the utmost their vast physical, human, and moral resources for the total destruction of German and Japanese militarism. As President Roosevelt has declared, we are resolved to fight on any and all fronts, wherever we can make our power count for most, in order that the menace of fascist aggression may be crushed once and for all. Yet, however we view it, the task ahead of us is a gigantic one. At the outset, it is well for us not to underestimate the strength of our enemies. This is a war not of our choosing, but of theirs. As the aggressors, they hold the initial advantage of having prepared for war years in advance. Their war machines are already running at maximum capacity, while ours is still only partly mobilized. This situation holds even for our two major allies, the British Commonwealth and the Soviet Union, although they are much closer to all-out production and equipment than we are. By and large, it is also true that the Axis powers have had greater experience in operating the latest instruments of land warfare than have the United Nations. Despite the huge losses suffered by the Nazis in the Russian campaign this winter, they still possess formidable reserves of seasoned manpower, airplanes, tanks, and submarines. According to conservative estimates, the striking power of Hitler's Germany appears still to be sufficiently great for the launching of new offensives this spring on a large scale, perhaps in the Mediterranean or the Middle East, perhaps against Russia, possibly even against the British Isles. While it is more difficult to gauge Japan's capacity for consolidating her recent victories in the Pacific, there is little doubt that if Singapore and the Dutch East Indies should fall within her grasp, the job of dislodging her would be as costly as it would be time-consuming. Nor should we make the mistake of anticipating an early internal crack-up in either Germany or Japan. Now that the entire free world is aligned against these two totalitarian regimes, they realize that there can be no compromise. Their fanatical rulers know that defeat, if it comes, will mean not only the end of all their hopes for aggrandizement, but their personal destruction as well. Faced with such a prospect, they and their peoples are likely to fight on doggedly until they are overwhelmingly crushed by superior force. Fear of defeat will but intensify the ruthlessness and trickery for which the Nazi and Japanese warlords have now become notorious for all time. Yet there is another and brighter side to this picture. Obvious weaknesses in the position of our enemies, as compared with our own potential strength, give ground for believing that we can beat the aggressors if we but persevere. In order to win, the Axis powers must break out of the continents within which they are now contained. So long as the Russian war machine remains intact, Germany and Japan cannot gain access to the raw materials necessary for a successful sea and air offensive against the steadily expanding sea and air power of the United Nations. Europe and Asia alone, minus Russia, do not produce sufficient quantities of petroleum, lubricating oils, copper, lead, zinc, asbestos, and other strategic minerals for an indefinite continuation of machine warfare on any such scale. Notwithstanding the huge stockpiles of materials which have been built up in both Germany and Japan, there are definite signs that the supply is beginning to run low. Reliable reports indicate that the German war effort is already suffering from shortages of fuel oil, fats, fodder for cattle, and the alloys essential to the production of steel. Not only has Germany itself been combed for every available bit of scrap metal, but the occupied countries are now rapidly being stripped as well. Only the other day, for example, came the news that the Nazis were melting down the street statues in the city of Paris. While Germany is not likely to be starved into submission, it is encouraging for us to hear that the German meat ration is 20% less this winter than it was a year ago. That wool and cotton textiles are no longer abundant in Nazi land seems clear from the recent reduction of the civilian clothing allowance by 40%. We know also of the desperate appeals now being made to all Germans to surrender their warm winter clothing to the half-frozen soldiers on the Russian front. The production of war munitions in Nazi-controlled Europe is further handicapped by a serious shortage of skilled labor. With the increasing evidences of sabotage and slow-down tactics on the part of Czech, French, Belgian, Dutch, and Norwegian workers, the labor situation will probably go worse each passing month. When to this difficulty one adds the rapid deterioration of railway rolling stock, it is not surprising that the Nazis are no longer finding it possible to operate the industrial equipment of the European continent at anything like full capacity. During the last few months, the haunting specter of disease has raised itself in Eastern Europe. Typhus is reported to be spreading rapidly among the retreating German forces along the Russian front and behind the lines in Poland. Because of a lack of serums and other medical supplies, it may prove very difficult to prevent this deadly epidemic from sweeping westward into the territories of the Reich itself. In still other ways, Germany is at last beginning to feel the ugly side of the war. After being fed for almost 2 years upon reports of a seemingly endless succession of victories, the German home front now has to be satisfied with the pathetically involved attempts of Dr. Goebbels' propaganda machine to explain away the retreat from Moscow and the loss of the Caucasus. Legless and armless victims of the battlefield now appear in ever-increasing numbers on the streets of Berlin and Munich. No longer is it possible entirely to conceal the lengthening casualty lists, which now exceed 2 million men for the Russian campaign alone. So long as foodstuffs and fine wearing apparel from the conquered countries continued to pour into Germany, it seemed like a prosperous war to the folks back home. But little more plunder remains to be seized from looted France, Belgium, and Holland. The pinch is coming home to the members of the master race who were promised in 1940 that Britain would fall before the year was out, and were assured by their Führer last fall that Moscow would be occupied before Christmas. The legend of Hitler's infallibility, so assiduously and adroitly cultivated by the Nazi propagandists, would appear to be shattered by the amazing triumphs of the Soviet armies. Now that Hitler himself has assumed personal charge of military operations, he may find it less easy to pin the blame for defeat upon his generals, the best of whom have recently been relieved of their commands or otherwise taken care of by the Gestapo. If Japan, in contrast to Germany, seems at the moment to be a fresher antagonist, we may take some comfort from the fact that her lines of communications are being extended more and more thinly as she attempts to surround all of the southwestern Pacific region in a giant pincers movement. Some of the ships of the Mikado are now operating more than 3,000 miles from home. Japanese reserve supplies, moreover, are nowhere nearly so adequate as those of Nazi-dominated Europe, while the industrial capacity of Japan is but a fraction of that of Germany. All of this leads to but one conclusion, and that is that the only substantial advantage now held by the Axis, in comparison with the United Nations, is their head start in converting natural resources into the instrumentalities of machine warfare. The United States alone produces almost 1/2 of the world's supply of industrial raw materials. Together with our allies, we control 63% of the production of iron, 67% of the production of coal, and 78% of the production of petroleum, the 3 most important sinews of modern war. Our steel production capacity exceeds that of the entire Axis-controlled area by over 50%. In Canada, we have access to 90% of the world's supply of nickel, while the American output of copper is 6 times that of Europe. As regards foodstuffs, the United States, together with the Soviet Union, the British Dominions, and friendly Latin America, possess a granary ample for the maintenance of the peoples and armed forces of the United Nations throughout as long a struggle as can now be foreseen, provided, of course, the sea lanes are kept open. Concerning the key problem of shipping, the outlook for the democracies has changed remarkably in their favor during the past 6 months. Today, the production rate of merchant ships in England and America actually exceeds the rate of losses from Axis attack. Last year, our shipyards alone turned out over 1 million deadweight tons of shipping, while for the present year, the President's program calls for 8 million tons, with 10 million in 1943. If carried out according to schedule, this will be the greatest shipbuilding effort in history. Although we are still far from having completed the construction of our 2-ocean navy, our naval program, along with Britain's, is progressing so rapidly that unchallenged Anglo-American control of all the oceans may be anticipated within less than 2 years. It is not generally known that despite months of aerial bombardment, British shipyards were able during 1941 to deliver nearly 500 warships to the British Navy. Turning to the air, we have every reasonable assurance that the combined production of planes by Britain and America will soon pass any number that Germany, Italy, and Japan can possibly manufacture under existing conditions. As our rate goes up, that of the Axis will gradually but surely decline. Quoting from a report issued not long ago by the Office of Facts and Figures in Washington, in 1942 alone, we will produce nearly 3 times as many weapons and supplies of war as in all the 18 months since the fall of France. In 1942 alone, we will produce as many tanks and planes as Hitler did in all the years before 1939, when he was preparing for world conquest. In available manpower, the aggregate superiority of the United Nations over the Axis camp is overwhelming. Even if we exclude the huge population reservoir of China and India, our side has at its disposal a potential armed force of 20 million to 30 million men without seriously crippling our industrial labor supply. By whatever measure one takes, the technological and inventive genius of the United States can match anything the Nazis and the Japanese have yet shown, let alone what they can do from now on. More important than this physical superiority in the long run are the moral and psychological weapons at our command. Democracy may be slower than totalitarianism in organizing for war, but once it has set its objective, democracy possesses the invaluable advantage of self-discipline. The superb courage displayed by the British and Chinese peoples in resisting the invader against crushing odds is sufficient testimony to this fact. We Americans are a people traditionally accustomed to performing great national tasks without requiring the whiplash of authority to spur us on. To be sure, the total warfare of our day depends for success upon a high degree of technical organization. But American industry and American transportation have long led the world in their faculty for efficient, large-scale enterprise. There is no reason why we cannot fuse our governmental, industrial, and administrative capacity for a united war effort that will beat Hitler and the Japanese at their own game. All of this can happen if we will it to happen. What we have most to fear is not the armed legions of the Axis, but too great a sense of complacency here at home. Our people must be told the hard truth when military reverses occur, as they will certainly continue to occur for many months to come. The cause of final victory is not served by sugarcoating reports of losses at sea, on land, or in the air. In the stirring language of President Roosevelt, we must prove to ourselves that we can take it and take it again without yielding to a mood of defeatism, however temporary. By every diabolical means within his power, the enemy will try to sow dissension in our ranks. This has been the favorite method by which Hitler has prepared every one of his conquests. Long before they reach the end of their rope, Berlin and Tokyo, each in its own way, are likely to resort to devious maneuvers designed to wean us away from Britain or from Russia or China from the other democracies, as circumstances seem to favor. There will doubtless be insidious offers of a separate peace to one or more of the major powers now fighting the Axis. When such offers come, it will be up to us to employ all our diplomatic and propaganda skill in exposing them for what they really are. Above all, we shall need to have faith in our chosen leaders, in their grand strategy for winning the war, and in the valor of our fighting men. Simply put, we are fighting so that we and our allies may survive as free and independent communities. But our goal is something even more, and that is the opportunity to build a better world for our children to live in. At this 11th hour, we should realize that our priceless heritage of freedom can no longer be taken for granted. It is being challenged to the death. In meeting that challenge, however, we owe it to ourselves and the world to take thought of tomorrow. If a durable peace is to follow the tragic struggle now thrust upon us, the United States must measure up to the heavy responsibility which history has thrust upon this nation. In fulfilling this responsibility, we shall have to be prepared to undertake international commitments little dreamed of a few years ago. The pre-1939 world is dead and gone, and the anguished peoples of this globe, once they are liberated from the yoke of fascism, are going to insist upon some kind of new order. The aggressors can't possibly win if we resolutely and unitedly strive for a peace which will pave the way for a more humane, a more cooperative, and a more prosperous world community than mankind has yet imagined. This is the supreme condition of our victory.
Well, the bracelet stolen from Mr. and Mrs. Marsh, of which Jane, Mr. Race, and their maid Laura were accused, was found. The Marsh's maid, Nanette, stole it, passed it on to a man named Davis, who had unwittingly tried to peddle it to Mr. Race, but both Davis and Nanette were caught before Mr. Race lost any money on the deal. This episode takes place early afternoon a few days later, and is in alternating scenes between the Ace's home and Mr. Race's office. First to the home. The phone is just rung, and Jane answers it. Listen.
Hello? Oh, I just knew it was you, dear. If you don't stop calling me up every half hour on the hour, I'm going to get good and mad. Now, this is the fourth time today you've called me, and all morning yesterday, and all afternoon, and... What? Yes, I'm here, dear. Every time you call me, you ask me if I'm here. Where do you think What do you mean, checking up to see if I'm in some more trouble? The only trouble I have, you're making for me with these phone calls, and if you think No, I haven't any time to listen to lectures. If you want to make a speech, why don't you hire a kite? Goodbye. Hated to do it, but I've got to teach him a lesson not to keep calling up. If that's him again, I'm going to... Hello? Hello? Well, stop ringing and answer me. Hello? Oh, that's not the phone, that's the door. Goodbye, dear. Just a minute. Good afternoon, Mrs. A. Mrs. Mars. Surprised to see me? Well, I certainly didn't expect... May I come in? Oh, yes, come in, Mrs. Mars, I guess. Thank you.
I don't blame you for being so surprised, Mrs. A., but I just had to come. I simply had to tell you how sorry I am that Mr. Marsh and I got you into so much trouble and caused you so much embarrassment. I simply had to tell you.
All right.
And I hope you'll find it in the goodness of your heart to forgive me. Both Mr. Marsh and me.
Well, it was pretty bad, you know, saying those things about us and about Laura.
Of course it was, and so stupid of us to do it, too. Because we should have known that you and Mr. Ace aren't that kind at all.
What kind?
Well, I mean the kind that would do such a thing. We should have realized it at once.
Well, I think you should have, too, because Mr. Ace and I have never stolen a bracelet in our lives.
Of course you haven't. And I've come here to offer my abject apologies to both you and Mr. Ace.
Well, all right, Mrs. Marsh. But Mr. Ace isn't here now. Oh, if you'd have come a few minutes earlier, you could have told him on the phone. You know, he's been calling me up every day since this thing happened. He calls me up about 10 times a day.
10 times?
Yes. At first, when he did it, I thought it was awfully sweet of him to call up and ask how everything was. It was like he used to do when we first got married. And the second time, I thought it was sweet. And maybe the third time and the fourth. You know, asking me if I'm getting into any trouble and if I'm going out somewhere and all that. But after all, there's such a thing as being over phone. And this is it. He's getting my goat.
I don't blame you, my dear.
After all, it wasn't my fault that this happened. I didn't know that Nanette was going to steal your bracelet.
Of course not. And it was just as big a shock to me, too.
Yes, isn't it a shame? I never dreamed she did it. Well, I never dreamed who did it.
Well, we were very lucky that they tried to sell the bracelet to your husband, of all people.
Yes. Imagine he was going to buy that bracelet for me. When he first started calling me up so many times, I thought he was sorry he didn't buy the bracelet for me, and he didn't want me to feel bad. But I didn't feel bad, because I never expect him to buy me anything as gorgeous as that. And I never asked him to. That's one thing he can't say. He's not a hand-picked husband, like some girls have. I know a lot of girls around here, and you should see the way they neck their husbands all the time, making them buy them things and go places.
Do you know a lot of people around here, Miss Day?
What?
I say, do you have a lot of acquaintances in town?
Well, not too many. We know some of the people around.
For instance?
Yeah.
I say, who, for instance?
Oh, well, let me see. Do you know Mrs. Benton? Gertrude Benton?
Oh, vaguely.
Yes, isn't she? And then there's Grace Smith and her husband. He sells used cars. And Frances Wharton. Do you know her?
I believe I've heard those names. But, Mrs. Ace, those aren't the people I mean. I mean the worthwhile.
The worthwhile? Let me see. No, I don't think. Oh, do they live in that big house with the iron gate?
Who?
The worthwhile, you said, didn't you?
Yes, the people worthwhile. I mean, well, I hate to say this, but I imagine Mrs. Benton's all right in her place, and so are those others you mentioned. But, well, Mrs. Ace, I feel that I owe you something other than just an apology for the grief we've caused you, and I'd like to have you join our set.
All right.
I want you to come into our circle. It's a little more, how shall I say it, exclusive. Oh, I hate to use the word.
It's all right. You can use it if you want to.
Thank you. I knew you'd understand. And you'll find us an entirely different group than you imagine.
All right.
We're not just an idle group of housewives that sit around and play bridge every day. In spite of the fact that when you first met me, we were playing bridge. Oh dear, no.
No.
You'll find us much more serious than you think, and doing worthy things, taking up worthy causes, always making the most of our time. And I do so want you to join us, because I feel I owe you at least that much for whatever wrong I've done you.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Morris.
And call me Mary, please.
Well, all right. Mary.
That's better, Jane.
Yes. Oh, excuse me, if that's Mr. Ace again, I'm going to tell him a thing. Hello? It is. Dear, if you don't stop bothering me this way, I'm going to... Yes, I'm here. No, I'm not alone, if you must know. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Well, I won't tell you. And you might just as well stop calling me.
Because I'm going to keep calling you to make sure you're not getting into any new mix-ups, because it's the only way I can make sure that we won't be dragged into any more stolen bracelets. The minute my back's turned, you're getting it. Well, tell me who's there, Jane. No, I won't hang up until you tell me who...
Ray?
What? Come in. Goodbye, Jane. I'm busy. Well, Mr. Marsh.
Good afternoon.
Well, it was good. What now? Some more bracelets disappeared, or maybe some new developments that you can entangle?
Mr. Ray, I don't blame you. Go ahead and say it. I deserve every bit of it. And that's why I'm here, to make amends.
Well, Mr. Marsh, I think the matter's been amended as well as it could be. At least I got the $1,500 back that I nearly paid for that bracelet. The fact that you didn't want to prosecute Davis or that maid, that was up to you.
I didn't want the scandal.
Yeah.
Mr. Ray, I want to... may I sit down?
Yes, I guess so.
Thank you. I can see that you're pretty well burnt up over this unfortunate incident.
Well,
I'm not saying you haven't every right to be. You have.
Thanks.
We've done untold harm to both you and Mrs. Ace. And we feel, that is, Mrs. Marsh and I both feel, that we owe you something to make up for any unpleasantness we may have caused you.
Such as?
Well, I've been thinking it over. It's been bothering me a lot. If we'd only stopped to think it over sensibly from the start, we could have avoided linking you and your wife and your maid to this bracelet in the first place.
Well, that's nice of you to say so. It's always cozy to think that the next fella doesn't believe you're a thief.
Oh, come now, Mr. Ace. Don't be so hard on us.
Well, I can't help it. After all...
I told you we're very sorry about the whole mess.
Well...
And for the past few days, it's been constantly on my mind. On both our minds, Mrs. Marsh's and mine. And I've come here this afternoon to try to make some amends.
Well... Okay, let it go at that. I'm not exactly blaming you.
I'm not trying to shift the blame. It was all our fault. The only thing left for me to do now is to try to show in some material way how I feel.
What do you mean, material way?
Well, Miss Race, after a couple of days and nights of racking my brain to think up some way to show you how we feel, I finally hit on it. I'm going to throw some important business your way.
Business? Real estate business?
That's it. And very important business. Possibly the biggest business you've ever figured in.
Well, I'm always open for a deal.
That's good.
Just what
Well,
sort
I
of...
suppose you know, or do you, that I'm a member of the Board of City Aldermen?
No, I didn't know.
Oh, yes. I've been in city politics for some years, and if I do say so myself, quite an influential member of the board.
Well,
the city, Miss Grace, is going in for a housing program in a very big way.
For a housing yes, I'd heard something about some big developments.
Exactly. Tenements which have stood for years are to be torn down, and large area apartments are to be built in their place. Nothing elaborate, to understand, but comfortable living quarters for the very poor but honest people of our city. Cheap rent, but sanitary, livable rooms in which they can bring up their children in safety.
I see. Yes, I think I read or heard something about
the
that.
The first of these apartments to be built will be more as an experiment. The city is anxious to get this work started as soon as possible, and we've already been interested in a couple of locations. That's where you come in.
Where?
The location the city will eventually choose is now a large vacant lot covering a complete square block. That's where our first apartment building will be erected.
Well, how do you know? You say there are several locations.
Don't worry about that. I'm in the know. There's going to be a lot of agitation against this site, women's clubs and the like. They believe it's on the wrong side of the railroad track. But all that will be ironed out, and this site will be chosen.
Oh, I see. That's the inside, though.
Exactly. Now, Miss Race, I happen to know that you can get the first mortgage on this location.
Oh, but that's a lot of money.
You could raise a good deal of money, couldn't you? Your real estate holdings?
Well, I guess I could if I went into hock with everything I've got, but...
It would be worth it, I assure you.
You're sure the city's going to take this location?
Absolutely. Any agitation you may hear to the contrary, notwithstanding.
Well, it wouldn't be such a big gamble then, would it? I mean, there wouldn't be any chance of my losing all I've got.
You're coming in with the real ultra set of this town.
Oh, I know. But I don't understand what you mean. What do I have to do?
Nothing. Just leave it to me. I'll introduce you around, get you acquainted with the other girls, and you'll just adore working with them.
Working? What do you mean, working?
The social work we're doing, what I've been telling you. We've organized ourselves into a social betterment group. We've gone deeply into the problems of those less fortunate than we are. We understand their needs, and we're fighting for them.
You mean the poor people?
Exactly. It was our work that started the city on this better living project. Imagine, Mrs. A. Light, airy apartments for them to live in, large lawns for their children to play on, fireproof homes and clean and free from silt and squalor, warm in the winter and cool in the summer, and above all, livable, a place they can call home.
Oh, that sounds marvelous. I'm almost sorry we bought this bungalow.
Of course it's marvelous. And it's up to us to see that the city goes through with it, and in the right way. Why, at this moment, the girls are meeting to make sure the proper location is purchased for the first building. We're not going to let them choose just any location down by those frightful railroad tracks.
I don't blame you.
And I want you to join us. Meet my crowd. The least I can do for you.
All right. Oh, it sounds very interesting. I've always wanted to know why the other half lived.
Why the other half lives? It's how, my dear.
Yes, and how too. I'll do it, Mrs. Mary.
And there you have Jane getting herself mixed up, all unknowingly, in what Mr. Race hopes to be the biggest deal he ever put over. We'll learn more about it when next we meet the Easy Aces.
This program comes to you by electrical transcription. The Treasury Star Parade. With Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, William Hargrave, Al Goodman and his orchestra and chorus, and Walter Houston as master of ceremonies. Our slogan, Millions for Defense.
This is Walter Houston, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the new series of programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. And now may I present my very good friend, a star of stage, screen, radio, and television, Mr. Frederick March.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you. Of course, you forgot to mention bus depots and vaudeville.
Don't speak too disparagingly of the last, Frederick. You know, vaudeville is in my blood.
Oh, so that's where it went. Yeah, I'm only kidding, Walter. I'm only kidding. I'll never forget the thrill I used to get when the orchestra blared out the typical vaudeville introduction in Paducah, and two devastating figures came out with straw hats and canes and all.
We're a couple of entertaining boys. We will fill you full of laughter and joy. We go over snappy clothes, as everybody knows. We laugh and sing and everything. We're always stopping shows. We're a crowd that right here is our home. We're the same, no matter where we roam. Folks call us Walt and Fred,
And we both knock 'em dead.
because we're just a couple of entertaining, just a couple of entertaining, just a couple of entertaining
Boy.
Speaking of entertainment, Freddie, the theater almost got pinched last night because a girl dressed up in nothing but gold paint for a novelty.
Really? Well, what happened, Walter?
The novelty wore off.
Oh, well, you tighten up your shoelaces. Your tongue is hanging out.
Oh, that's a good one. Now, speaking of horses, why is a horse like a peppermint stick?
I don't know, Walter. Why is a horse like a peppermint stick?
The more you lick it, the faster it goes.
You tell him, Goldfish. You've been around the globe.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, my partner will sing a little song entitled, Mother, You've Worked for Me Long Enough. Now go out and work for yourself.
No. I'd rather sing the new parachute song.
New parachute song?
Yeah. It don't mean a thing if you don't pull that string.
Recitation, Freddie, recitation.
Mary, you must get up. Mother, I'm not able. But Mary, you've got to get up. We need the sheets for the table.
I passed your house last night. Yes, I passed your house last night.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you.
You're a rascal, yes. I saw you hugging and kissing your wife for 10 minutes. You should keep the shades down.
The joke's on you, Walter. I wasn't home last night.
Chatter, 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 ching, ching, ching. Chatter, 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 ching, ching, ching. Do you pile your nails? I heard someone say.
No, I cut 'em off and I throw 'em away. Oh,
chatter, 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 ching, ching, ching.
And we're not kidding.
Chatter, chatter, ching, ching, ching. Are we from hunger?
Gotta, gotta, ching, ching, ching.
Could we
use cancer? Gotta, ching, ching, ching.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's Wilson Calling America, sung by William Hargrave with Al Goodman's orchestra and chorus.
America's calling to you. Father of waters, and your sons and daughters echo the cry. Thank God for freedom. Great silent Take your stand for the red, white, and blue. North to the boundary and coast to coast, your America's calling to you. Oh, say, have you seen your America? Have you seen the Spanish shore? Oh, say, have you seen America? From the plains of Idaho down to Mexico, have you seen the fields of Iowa? Have you crossed the great divide? Have you seen all the glories of Washington? Have you seen the giant redwoods that are California's pride? Oh, say, have you seen your America from the hills of Tennessee? Oh, say, have you seen America from the San Francisco Bay to the Great White Way? Have you seen the Dakota prairie land and the Lone Star Valley? Have you seen the North and the Delaware? Have you seen a certain statue with its giant torch aglow? You sons of America, take
today I'd like to talk to you about the American woman. Do you remember the ancient Greek drama of Euripides, the Trojan woman?
I think so.
Remember the lines in which the mother Hecuba says,
For tears are a music too, and keep a song unheard in hearts that weep.
That's it. That's it exactly. In the hearts of the women of America today, there's a song so beautiful and deep and clear that nothing can alter the melody or change the triumphant ending. I read something the other day about a woman who is part of that magnificent story. A story by Isabel Currier. I believe it was published in the Reader's Digest. Did you read it?
I don't believe I did.
Well, it's so perfectly the story of all women of America that I'd like to tell you about it. It's quite a simple story. This woman lived in a small town, a typical American small town. She had 4 children, and the oldest son had been fighting at the front. She was a widow, and she had brought them up alone, unassisted, in spite of tremendous financial handicaps. And then one day, into the local telegraph office came a wire.
We regret to inform you that your son was killed in action.
Gee, that's tough. That's going to be tough on her. He was her oldest kid.
I wonder how she'll take it.
Who's going to tell her?
I guess we'll have to. God only knows I wish we didn't. But it's our job. I guess we'll have to.
If they didn't want to tell her, they'd have given almost anything in the world not to have told her. But it was a job that had to be done, and they had to do it. They started out for her house. It was only a matter of 6 blocks or so, but bad news travels fast, and by the time they reached the house, they were surrounded by neighbors collected en route to help soften the blow. They walked quietly down the neat gravel path. There must have been 10 or 12 of them by now, slowly climbed the wooden steps, and for a long, sad moment stood on the porch, waiting for someone to make the first move. Then, when they couldn't stand the aching silence any longer, the telegrapher took another long look at the envelope in his hand, stepped forward quickly and knocked the door. And then they heard her kindly voice from within.
Come in.
They opened the door and went in. She was on her hands and knees on the floor, a pail and a mop by her side, a scrubbing brush in her hand. She straightened her tired back and raised her head and looked at him.
Yes.
Yes, she said. But there was no answer. They just stood there looking at her in their dumb misery. Yes, yes, she repeated.
Yes. What is it?
And then it was the telegraph boy blurted out the bad news.
We got a telegram for you, ma'am.
He held out the yellow slip of paper. Slowly she wiped her hands upon her apron. And for a little breath, well, there was a darkening in her eyes, like as if someone had turned out the light before a mirror. Then she took the telegram. The room was filled with a kind of strangled silence. That was the sob of a neighbor. Regret to inform you, was killed in action. She crumpled the paper quietly, put it in her apron pocket. Nobody said anything. There was nothing for anybody to say. She looked at them for a long moment, then bent her head and reached for the scrubbing brush and dipped it into the water and started once again to scrub the worn linoleum floor. She said nothing, but they who were looking at her bent head saw the slow tears drop in little fresh pools into the muddy water. And with the next swish of the brush, they were gone. There were not many tears, just a few. And when the last patch was scrubbed, she took a dry cloth and wiped up the suds and tears, then rose and put the brush aside, emptied the pail, and arched her weary, aching back and said,
If you'll all find chairs in the sitting room, I'll make some tea.
Oh, no, please. You've got enough on your mind. Isn't there something we could do?
Well, I guess there's nothing that any of us can do to change what's happened. But there's a lot we can do to change what's going to happen.
Honestly, ma'am, I don't know how you do it. How you keep going's a mystery.
Oh, no. When I have a lot on my mind, I like to find the next thing I can do with my hands and do it. Thinking about my troubles never changed them a bit. But doing anything that needs to be done seems to make them straighten out by themselves. If I thought too much about this, I might get to feeling so sorry for myself, I couldn't do any work. And that wouldn't be fair to my boy and to others like him. Well, I'm sorry there isn't much in the house, but I can offer you some tea, and I just baked a batch of cookies.
That is the story of one American woman. Some of us might think that this woman is unique. But some friends of mine just received news the other day that their oldest son was killed in the first air raid on Honolulu. I called on them to express my sympathies. But when I got there, I found that the boy's mother was busy at the Red Cross, that his father was in an air raid warden's meeting. They were doing the next thing. And by doing it, they were transforming life from tragedy into victory. Neither disaster nor confusion nor loss can keep the valiant from their appointed tasks. The unconquerable American spirit has no time to beat its breast in despair over what has happened. It does the next thing, whatever it may be. Today, the very existence of the American way of life is being threatened. We must defend it as each of us best can. There are many different things that can be done, but there is one thing we all must do, a vitally important thing: buy defense bonds and stamps. Budget a part of your income every week. Join the Treasury's payroll savings plan wherever you work. And remember, when we buy defense bonds and stamps, we are saving Americans. It's our country. Let's keep it ours.
The United States Treasury Department thanks the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this performance. Walter Houston, who acted as our master of ceremonies, Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and William Hargrave. Orchestra and chorus were under the direction of Al Goodman. Writing by Hal Block, John Matouche, and Malcolm Meacham. Production by William A. Bacher. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Chow down. Hey, Sarge, how long we got? 30 minutes. What? Lieutenant says you got to hoist tail in 30 minutes.
Hey, Bill, where you going?
I thought I'd walk up ahead a little.
But you gotta eat, don't you? What about chow?
Yeah, but that's Rouen up there. That town up ahead, it's Rouen, France.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going through it. What do you care?
I want to see it.
Yeah? Why, you got a girl or something? Your girl back home ain't gonna like it.
Huh? Oh, never mind, Eddie. This is different.
Yeah, I know. It always is. French girl?
Uh-huh.
What's her name?
Her name? Oh, Joan.
Here, you want some bread? What'd she do?
No, thanks. Huh?
This girl, what did she do?
She fought in the war.
Oh, underground, huh?
No, she was a soldier.
Yeah? Gee, I didn't know the French had whacks, too.
She wasn't a whack, you jerk. She led an army.
Oh, yeah, sure. Cheese? Want some cheese?
Uh-huh.
So your girl led an army, huh? She live in Rouen?
No, she died there.
Huh? Oh, hey, look here.
That's all right. It was a long time ago.
A long time ago, huh? Say, what'd you say her name was?
I said her name was Joan. Joan of Arc.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. with Alexander Scorby as Bill, we bring you Chapter 5, a story of Joan of Arc in We Came This Way.
Joan of Arc. Bud, you had me there for a minute, but Joan of Arc, I remember about her. She rode a white horse, and everybody said she was great, and then they burned her at the stake, and then they made her a saint, and everybody prayed and made statues of her. Ain't that Joan of Arc?
That's it.
Yeah, but, Bill, why do you care? I mean, she was a girl, and she rode around saving France and all that, but, I mean, well, gee,
I don't know, Eddie. I got interested, that's all.
I don't get it. Just because we come here to help liberate France ain't no reason...
There's a connection, Eddie.
What?
Well, it's a long story.
I got time.
Okay, you asked for it. You see, it started when I was a kid. I read a book by Mark Twain. You know, Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
Then I read another book called Huckleberry Finn.
He never liked to wear shoes, wasn't that it?
That's it. Then I looked around the library for another book by Mark Twain. And I found it.
Found what?
A book about Joan of Arc.
Okay, you found it. You don't want your bread?
Huh?
Give me your bread.
Okay. And that did it. After that, I read every book about her I could get a hold of. I even read the record of her trial. And the more I read, the more... You know, it's only now that I'm in a war myself that I... Eddie, you know what a parallel is.
Sure, it's when something matches up. Railroad tracks.
That's it. And you'd be astounded.
All right, I'm astounded. Now go on, tell me.
Okay. It happened like this. Back in the year 1420... King Charles VI of France signed the Treaty of Troyes. That meant that when he died, Henry V of England would become King of France and England both.
Charles VI sure was free and easy with the real estate, huh?
Well, it wasn't exactly a friendly deal. You see, France and England were in the middle of the 100 Years' War, and England was mopping up on the French. So Henry...
practically clubbed Charlie into it.
Yeah. Oh, and then another thing. The French were fighting among themselves, and...
People did that in those days, too.
Oh, sure. Worse. The Burgundians were lined up with the English against the French Nationalist Party, who were called the Armagnac, or Orleanists.
Boy, France sure was in a pickle.
Yep. Well, that was 1420. In 1422, it got worse, because King Charles of France died, and so did Henry V of England. And that meant that a baby, a little English baby, Henry VI, was king of both countries. Well, French people didn't like that.
Well, who would?
Well, sure, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. Because during the next several years, the English cleaned up on France until finally the only stronghold the French had left was a place called Orleans. Oh, they had one other thing. A dauphin.
A what?
A dauphin. That means an heir to the French throne. You know, an uncrowned king.
Well, why didn't you say so? And what did this dauphin do?
Nothing. You see, he was kind of young and a pretty weak guy. And as I say, all the French had was him and Orleans. And no heart for either. They'd given up, see?
Yeah.
All of them gave up. All of them. Except one.
Who was that?
Oh, nobody anybody'd call important. Just a kid. A little peasant girl living in a town called Don Remy. Her name was Joan. And one day she went to call on a guy named...
Yes, child?
You are the governor of Vaucouleurs and a friend of the Dauphin of France?
Yes, that is correct. You have a message for me?
Oh, yes, I have. I have been sent to save France, sir, and...
I beg your pardon. You said you have been...
Sent to save France, sir.
That is what I thought you said.
Yes, that is why I came to you. You are to help me. You are to take me to the Dauphin.
I see. Then what?
The Dauphin will give me men and arms, and then...
And then?
And then I shall raise the siege of Orleans. I shall drive the English out. There will be a great battle and a great victory for us.
That's very nice. When will all this happen?
Soon, sir. Oh, very soon. You see, I haven't much time.
I see. Tell me,
Joan of Arc.
Joan of Arc. Well, tell me, Joan of Arc, why do you come to me in the middle of the night this way? What is the urgency?
I would have come to you before, sir, but your servants wouldn't let me see you. I had to convince them first.
And now that you have seen me...
You must send me to the Dauphin.
Yes, of course. I must send you to the Dauphin. And just who sent you to me?
My father.
Your father?
My father, sir, and yours. It was God who sent me to you, Robert de Baudricourt. And you would do well to help his messenger, sir. Send me to the Dauphin, Robert.
Is that all you have to tell me, Joan of Arc?
My next message is to the Dauphin, sir.
Oh, yes, of course, naturally. Now, you just sit quietly for a moment. Jacques.
Yes, sir.
Did you allow this lady in to see me?
Yes, sir, I did, but she was so determined.
I understand. You did well, Jacques. But now would you mind leading her away?
Gladly, sir.
Thank you for having come, Joan of Arc. I am honored.
You will help me, Robert de Baudricourt. Not now, perhaps, but you will. I know you will, because you cannot help yourself.
Treat her gently, Jacques. Very gently. She is obviously mad, poor thing.
Gee, Bill, old Robert had a point, huh? If the young kid had come to me like that, I'd have thought she was off her trolley, too.
Except for one thing.
What's that?
Her voices.
Huh?
She heard voices.
Oh, so that made it okay.
And these voices kept telling her that she'd save France. That she alone could save France. And they kept talking to her. And they were the voices of St. Margaret and St. Catherine and St. Michael. Robert de Baudricourt didn't have a chance against that.
Yeah, but gee, Bill, can you imagine your kid sister telling the governor of your state that she was the only one who could save America? Can you imagine him believing her?
Okay, but that's what happened. Robert de Baudricourt laughed, got mad, said no, and sent Joan of Arc to the uncrowned king of France, Charles the Dauphin. When she arrived at the court, it was like a holiday. The simple people, the poor people, gathered outside the gates of the castle to see the young girl God had sent to deliver them from their enemies. And in the castle, the lords and ladies gathered to see...
To see the young fool who'd come to tell the Dauphin how to run his business.
That's right. And as Joan stepped inside the doorway of the huge throne room, she looked for a long minute at the man sitting on the throne. Then she began to walk down the long aisle. And suddenly, she stops before a young, weak-looking man dressed in drab clothes, and she falls down on her knees.
May God in his mercy grant you long life, gentle heir to the throne of France.
But I am not the king, my child. There he sits upon the throne.
No, my lord, not he. You.
You are mistaken.
You have disguised yourself to try me, sir. It is no matter. My voices have told me the truth. They always do. Oh, take warning from this, sir, and heed my words.
Brazen, bold, imagine speaking to the king. Ignorant.
Silence. You are right, my child. I am the king.
You are not the king, my lord. You are the Dauphin.
Huh?
We, your people, will not recognize you as king until you are crowned, my lord.
This is unheard of.
I see diplomacy has not bridled your tongue, my child.
I must speak the truth, sir.
I am not usually so honored. Tell me, Joan, what would you have of me?
I would have you truly as my king.
I would have the same. But how is it to be arranged?
I will arrange it.
Oh, you?
With the help of God, you will be crowned within 2 years. But first...
Go on.
First, you must give me troops, sir, and weapons.
What for?
So I can fight.
My dear Joan, you are a child.
I am sent from God.
God does not employ children to fight his battles.
Do not presume to guess the workings of God, sir. I tell you, I am sent from him, and you would do well to heed me. You must hear me.
I warn you, do not try my patience too far.
And you do not try mine, sir.
Come now, Joan, let's talk this over reasonably. This is very refreshing. It is not every day that a young, untutored girl comes to the court and shows her king the error of his ways. You are very brave. And very amusing.
Call me what you will. I am sent from God to help you, sir. And by my faith, you are making it difficult.
Oh, it is no wonder Baudricourt sent you to me. You lay siege like a general, Joan.
Oh, that I will, sir.
Indeed.
Give me troops, sir, and arms, and I will drive the English out. I will raise the siege of Orleans. And...
You will what?
At Orleans, the English will fall before us. We cannot fail. With the help of God, I shall lead my countrymen to great victory. The English will fall. They will. I know they will.
Of course the English will fall, Joan. If you led an army to meet them, of course the English would fall. From laughing. They'd laugh themselves to
The biggest joke of the day.
Yep, that was Joan. But not to the people of France. You know, they knew what war was. They knew all the bad things about it. Inside them, they were so full of this knowledge that there wasn't room for anything else. Except one thing.
What?
Faith, Eddie. Somehow, some way, the people had faith that Joan of Arc was the deliverer of France. And this faith grew and grew until finally it was stronger than anything else.
You know, it always seems to happen like that, sooner or later.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. And pretty soon the faith of the people in Joan kind of pushed the Dauphin into a corner.
So what did he do, roll with the punch?
Yep. He sent a proclamation to the people. A proclamation that said...
Men of France, know that His Majesty, by the grace of God, King Charles VII of France, hath graciously conferred upon his most loyal subject, Joan of Arc, the title and authority of General-in-Chief of the armies of France.
Make way, General Eisenhower. A high school senior is going to take over your job. Come on, Ike, move over. The invasion of France will now be run by somebody's kid sister.
Gee.
Yeah, I know, Eddie. But it happened. With a couple of exceptions, though.
Yeah, what?
Well, in the first place, Joan wasn't a high school senior. She hadn't gone to school at all. And in the second place, there weren't any General Eisenhowers around back in 1428.
Sure, that makes a difference.
Today, we got millions of people all over the world fighting for the right. Back then, there was only one.
Yeah, and a girl at that.
That's right, a girl. Just a girl. With a voice of God in her ear and a feeling of freedom in her heart.
Well, go on. What happened then?
You know what happened. The English thought the whole thing was pretty funny.
They laughed, huh?
Yeah, but not for long. They didn't have time anyway. They were too busy fighting. At Orleans, on the fields of Patay, Tours, every place you could find them. Joan and her army would fight the English.
Who won?
Joan.
Brother.
7 weeks, Eddie. In 7 weeks, Joan of Arc broke up a war that was over 90 years old. Boy, oh boy, it must have been something the day Joan rode into Orleans at the head of her troops. Can you imagine how the people felt? Can you imagine how they must have felt? After 7 months of siege, after a lifetime of war, here was their deliverer. And Eddie, this girl, Joan of Arc, Maid of Orleans, savior of France, was 17 years old.
His Grace Pierre Cochon, Archbishop of Rouen. You will please rise.
Very well, very well. Be seated.
Your Grace.
It is prepared. Produce the prisoner.
It is ordered that the prisoner, Joan of Arc, be brought in.
Joan of Arc?
Hey, Bill, what's this Joan of Arc a prisoner business?
Well, it's 1431 now, Eddie. And a lot happened since the day back in 1429 when Joan raised the English siege at Orleans. For one thing, she engineered the coronation of Charles VII. And for another, she led her troops right up to the gates of Paris itself, capturing every English town and fortress on the way.
Yeah, but how come she's a prisoner?
Because she was captured. On May 24th, 1430. Joan was captured by the Duke of Burgundy. And that isn't all. You see, before Joan was taken by the Burgundians, King Charles of France had started to make a deal with the Duke of Burgundy.
Hey, wait a minute. You said Burgundy was on the side of the English.
Sure.
Then how come...
Well, Charles was tired, see?
Yeah,
He
but...
didn't want victory. He wanted peace.
Now, look...
You want facts, I'm telling you facts. And here's another one. The Duke of Burgundy sold Joan out to the English.
Well, at least that kind of thing doesn't happen today. Well, does it? Bill.
No, Eddie.
Well, I do. You and me, we ain't gonna let it. Don't worry, kid, we ain't gonna let it. Now, go on. Then what happened to Joan?
Well, Charles of France didn't try to save her, so...
Why not?
I don't know. Maybe he was too busy. Anyway, Joan was sold to the English. But they didn't try her. They were too smart for that.
What do you mean?
They knew if they took Joan's life, they'd glorify her memory and the cause of freedom, and they didn't want to do that.
Well, then, what did they do?
Oh, simple. They gave her to the church to try. As a witch.
They what?
Sure. This girl who'd performed one of the most glorious military exploits of all time was tried on the grounds of witchcraft.
Why, the no...
Yeah, I know. And this guy, this Pierre Cochon, the Archbishop of Rouen, led a gang of scholars and high churchmen in the fanciest third degree on record.
What did they ask her?
Well, they didn't ask her military questions. They didn't ask her how she mopped up the ground with the enemy at Orleans, or Tours, or Patay, no. And they didn't ask her how she'd earned the love of a great people, or the devotion of a fighting army.
Well, for Pete's sake, what did they ask her?
Just this, Eddie. Things like this.
Tell us, Joan, when the vision of St. Michael appeared to you, was he naked?
Oh, no, it don't seem possible, Bill. It just don't seem possible.
Yeah, all the questions were like that. But the answers, Eddie. Her answers ring in your ears like
truth?
That's it. Day after day, month after month, they'd ask her questions. And each time her answer...
Joan, we require you to speak the simple and absolute truth without reservation. Will you take the oath?
By my faith, I will not. You could ask such things as I would not answer. Perhaps you would constrain me to tell things I have sworn to my voices not to utter. And so I should be perjured, and you would not want that.
We require you to speak the simple and absolute truth without reservation.
I tell you, take good heed of what you say. For as my judge, you assume a great responsibility and overburden me. I am ready to swear to speak the truth of what I know concerning the trial.
Very well. Joan, do you think you have done well to assume the clothing of a man?
Everything I do is at God's command. And if he had ordered me to assume a different habit, I should have done so. It would have been his command.
Your voices, Joan. Do you still hear your voices?
There is no day that I am without them.
And when St. Michael appeared to you as you have sworn he has done, was he naked?
Do you think God has not the wherewithal to clothe him?
And what do these voices tell you, Joan? These voices of St. Michael, St. Catherine, and St. Margaret.
They tell me to speak up boldly.
Will you submit, Joan?
To our Lord, yes.
To the church, Joan. Will you submit your deeds and words to the church?
I commit myself to our Lord who sent me, to Our Lady, and to all the blessed saints of paradise. And I believe they and the church are one. Why do you make such difficulties when it is all one?
Did you say to your soldiers that a lance made like your lance would bring them better fortune?
No.
What did you tell them?
I told them to go boldly among the English.
Joan, why was your banner standing next to the king at the coronation at Reims? Why your banner?
It had endured the dangers. It had earned the honor. That was reason enough, wasn't it?
Why did you do what you have done, Joan? Why?
Whatever I have done by God's command and in His name. Therefore, I refer you and commit myself to Him. I can say nothing more.
And they kept it up, Eddie, hour after hour, day after day, month after month. And when they got through their list of questions, they started over again. And then again. And they kept at her because their only purpose was to get her to admit she was guilty. But she wouldn't. And finally, her trial was over. So they had another trial. And when that didn't work, they had another one. And finally, Joan, tired and sick, heard the verdict of her judges.
Joan, we having Christ and the honor of the Orthodox faith before our eyes, so that our judgment may seem to emanate from the face of our Lord, have said and decreed that in the simulation of your revelations and apparitions, you have been pernicious, seductive, presumptuous, of light belief, rash, superstitious, a witch, a blasphemer of God and His saints, a despiser of Him in His sacraments, a prevaricator of the divine teachings and the ecclesiastical sanctions, seditious, cruel, apostate, schismatic, erring gravely in our faith, and that by these means you have rashly trespassed against God and the Holy Church.
But what does that mean, Bill?
What does it mean? Why, it means that Joan's to be burned to death.
Go on, tell me the rest.
The rest? You know it, Eddie. You know how they got her into the marketplace of Rouen where the stake was set up? They got her there twice, as a matter of fact.
Twice?
Yeah. The first time, they promised her freedom if she'd confess. They read her a long, confusing list of her supposed crimes. And there in the square of Rouen, with a stake before her and a mob of bloodthirsty, eager townspeople around her.
Joan, do you abjure?
Abjure. What is abjure?
Submit, Joan. Do you submit to our authority? Repeat after me, Joan. I, Joan of Arc, do submit to the authority of the Church. Say it. Say it.
I, Joan of Arc, do submit. I submit. Yes, I submit. I submit.
But that night it happened. The courage, the same courage, Eddie, that had sustained and saved a great nation, returned to Joan of Arc. And once again she was the Joan of old. Once again she defied those who would lie and cheat and blaspheme for politics' sake. Once again her words rang out loud and clear.
Oh, I tell you, take good heed of what you say. For as my judge, you assume a great responsibility. I speak the truth. And I say again, whatever I have done by God's command and in His name. Though you threaten me with fire, as God alone is my judge, I can say no other than this.
And so they burned her, Eddie. One of the greatest fighters for freedom of all time, Joan of Arc of France, they burned as a witch. Well, that's it, Eddie.
Joan of Arc, huh? Cheese.
Huh?
My cheese. I forgot to eat my cheese. Golly, Bill, Golly.
Yeah. You know, I get a feeling about it, too. About all these people. Joan, Roger Williams, the guys who fought for the Magna Carta. I get a feeling that we're kind of following in their footsteps. Going along the same road. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I know. It's like this, Bill.
All right, you guys, come on, let's go.
Okay, Eddie, come on, get up.
Come on.
All right.
Company, attention. Forward, march.
Hey, Bill, about this Joan of Arc business. What I'm trying to say
Eddie,
is...
ain't that the town of Rouen up ahead?
Yeah, that's right.
Say, didn't they burn Joan of Arc there or something?
Hey, yeah, Bill was just telling me, and I've been
You
trying
know,
to...
this looks kind of familiar, almost like... Well, it's like we come this way before.
Like we... Hey, Bill. Bill, did you hear him? Did you hear him? That's what I've been trying to... You and me, and all the other guys for a lot of years and a lot of miles, we...
That's right, Eddie. That's right. We came this way.
Sure, that's what I mean. Hey, come on, step up. You're lagging behind. And we ought to step out proud. Come on, Bill. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 5 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present The Freedom of Men's Minds, the story of John Reuchlin. Tonight's script was written by Edith Sommer and directed by Ira Avery. The original music is composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Catins. The members of the cast were Mary Patton, Alexander Scorby, Arthur Elmer, Bernard Lenrow, Maurice Tarplin, and John Merlin. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
Unrest that followed the Civil War,
A powerful secret organization called the Legion of the Black Arrow sprang up in the western United States. Its members were to be found everywhere, defying the law or using the law for their own purposes, working toward the ultimate goal of revolt and the foundation of a despotic empire. It was the masked rider of the plains who led the fight against this band of outlaws and traitors. And for once, his great strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were taxed to the utmost in the cause of democracy. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Run, Silver! From the trail of the Black Arrow! Well, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced through the pass, the men on top of the ridge opened fire on them. But Silver and Scout's speed carried them out of danger. Once through the pass, they cut away from the main trail and finally reined up in a grove of trees not far from the river.
Steady, Silver. Steady,
Red River Valley, Tonto. Well, we finally got here.
It's plenty long ride.
There's still another 2 weeks before the election. We'll have plenty of time to look around.
You think men on ridge crook?
Well, they were ranchers. That's all we can be sure of.
Well, then shoot.
Well, after all, I'm wearing a mask. You can't blame them for thinking I'm an outlaw. We know the reason for that guard on the ridge. The ranchers don't want any more homesteaders in the valley.
How you find out which rancher member Black Arrow?
I don't know yet. The first thing... You're right, Silver. The first thing is to get that saddle off and give you a good rub down.
That same day, the stage from the east broke down just as it entered the valley. The driver and the guard were finding it hard to make the necessary repairs when a young cowboy rode up and lent a hand. Mary Seaton, inside the stage, watched him admiringly as he shouldered the brunt of the work, and when the stage was ready to roll once more...
Howdy, ma'am.
How do you do?
If you don't mind, I've hitched my cayuse on the back, and I'd like to ride with you away.
I'd be glad to have the company.
Why, that's fine. Let it rumble, boys.
Get up there, boys. Come on, get up there.
They tell me you're the new school teacher, Bryantville.
Yes, I am.
You think you like it out here?
I don't know why not. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the valley is kind of pretty this time of year, especially where it hasn't been spoiled.
Spoiled?
Well, I guess I better not talk that way to you. You'll be teaching the homesteaders kids, won't you?
What do you mean?
Well, just take a look out the window. The grass as far as you can see. That's what I call pretty. But where they've dug up the sod and there's nothing but bare dirt around, I don't care much for that.
Did you ever see a field of ripe grain?
Yep. I like grass better.
Well, we won't argue. But I can't believe you're like some of the ranchers I've heard about.
What have you heard?
That they're wild and lawless, and that they don't have any regard for the rights of other people.
Meaning the homesteaders?
Meaning the homesteaders. The ranchers would like nothing better than to drive them out of the valley.
That wouldn't be such a bad idea.
How can you say such a thing? They've settled on government land, and they have a perfect right to stay there.
Cattlemen were here first.
There's plenty of room for both.
And well, like you said, ma'am, we won't argue. I'd just like to know where you get your information about the ranchers.
From Jeff Bryant.
Oh, him.
Don't you dare say anything against Jeff. He's a very good friend of mine. If you must know, he's asked me to marry him. And I think I'm going to say yes.
No, you couldn't do that.
Why not? He's a fine man. He's intelligent, and he's strong and tall, and he's every bit as good-looking as you are.
There's just one awful thing about him.
There's nothing awful about
You
it.
can't deny he's a farmer.
So we're back to that again.
Yes, ma'am. It's sort of in the air out here.
Well, if we can't talk about anything else, I'd rather not talk at all.
Would you mind telling me if Jeff has any special complaints?
A few.
For instance?
Well, there's a crazy young rancher named Chick Thompson, for instance. He thinks it's smart to get drunk and come riding into a peaceful little town like Bryantville and shoot up the place. Do you work for Chick Thompson?
No, ma'am.
Jeff told me all about him as a sort of warning. What I'd have to expect out here. But I'm not afraid of men like that. I'd like nothing better than meet him face to face and tell him what I think of him.
Yes, ma'am.
And, then there's a election you're going to have.
Oh, we mentioned that, too, huh?
Of course. He didn't want me to come out until it was over. Can you give me one good reason why the ranchers want to get rid of a fine lawman like Sheriff Cameron and elect a ruffian like Red Gordon in his place?
We're partial to our friends, ma'am.
The sheriff's never been unfair to the ranchers. He enforces the law, that's all. And this Chick Thompson.
Back to him again, huh?
Do you know him?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you deny that he's been threatening the homesteaders, trying to scare them out of voting for Cameron?
Well, maybe you're right about Chick. I guess he does drink too much. And when he drinks too much, he talks too much.
Oh, I despise a man like that.
My ranch is just over that way. I guess I'll be leaving you now. Rein up, Bill.
Oh, boy. Oh, Paul there. Oh.
I don't see any buildings.
They're over the rise.
Oh.
That writing pad you got there, ma'am. Could I borrow your pencil and a sheet of paper?
Of course. Here.
Thanks. You see, being new out in this country, you might need a friend sometime. I want to know where you can get hold of me. Here you are.
That's very nice.
Adios.
Goodbye. Let me see it.
Just a second while I hit paint, Bill.
Keno, Chick.
Chick. Writing isn't very good, but Chick Thompson. Circle T Ranch.
Adios. Get up there, boy. Come on, get up there.
That night, Chick rode over to Ben Chalmers' Bar X Ranch. He opened the front door without knocking and walked into the big living room. Red Gordon was sitting at the table.
Hello, Chick.
Howdy. Where's Ben?
Around the kitchen. He'll be back in a minute. How things going?
About the same, I guess.
What are you doing tonight after we get through with Ben?
I figured I might ride into Bryanttville.
Ah, but that's a homesteader's town. It's whatever the county seat with me.
No thanks, Red.
Well, if you have to go to Bryanttville, shoot it up a little before you leave.
Uh-huh.
Here's Ben.
Hello, Chick. I've just been hiring a new cook. It's the first time I ever took on an engine, but beggars can't be choosers.
You got any orders for me?
Nothing special. Just keep up the good work. Pay a few more calls on the homesteaders and show them how straight you can shoot.
You figure that does any good?
Sure it does. The more we drum it into them that Claiborne is a cattle town and homesteaders aren't safe there, the better off we'll be on Election Day.
Sure, Chick. We got to go to Claiborne to vote. We got to keep them away.
If all the homesteaders vote, Red hasn't got a chance.
Well, if that's all.
Have a drink before you go.
No, I'm cutting down.
That's a good idea. I wish I could persuade Red to do the same.
So long, Jen.
So long, Chick.
See you tomorrow night.
Yeah. So long.
Red.
Yeah?
Where's he going?
Bryanttville.
You don't think he's getting friendly with the homesteaders, do you?
Oh, no. What gave you that idea?
I didn't like what he said. What's more, I didn't like the way he looked when he said it.
He just asked if you thought it did any good.
I heard him. But you know where we'd be if we lost him. Chick Thompson's the only reason we got the cattlemen solid behind us.
No. You don't have to worry, though.
You get over to Bryanttville yourself tonight. Watch him close. I want to know everybody he talks to and everything he says.
Keno, Ben, I'll watch him like a hawk.
It was an hour later that the Lone Ranger, without his mask but wearing a disguise, reined up on the outskirts of Bryanttville. He left Silver there and then started down the main street. Ahead of him, he saw a young couple come out of a small white cottage and turn toward the center of town. He slowed his walk in order to keep behind them. Their conversation reached him clearly.
Oh, I'm proud of you, Jeff. This is really your town. The stores and the new school and all the homes.
Well, you're giving me too much credit, Mary.
No, I'm not. It's yours, all of it. You led these people out here and you showed them how to start a new life.
The only thing I'll take credit for is my farm. I wish we could have driven out there before dark.
You can come and get me tomorrow, can't you?
Sure thing, bright and early. Oh, do you like your cottage?
Oh, it's perfect. But you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. I could have boarded with someone and then, well, it won't be long before we get married.
Oh, it's good to hear you say that. But you've got to make sure you like the West first.
Oh, I love it.
Bryanttville isn't the West. We've tried to make this just like any country town back east. But all around us, well, it's different. Take Claiborne, for instance.
I'll be living here, not in Claiborne.
Well, I know.
Oh,
What's the matter?
that man standing out in front of the cafe.
Oh, yeah. I wrote you about him. That's Chick Thompson. Would you like to cross over on the other side of the street and
No,
avoid...
Jeff, I think you're wrong about Chick.
What's that?
I met him today. He helped the driver fix the coach when we broke down, and afterwards he rode a little way with it. We had quite a talk.
I'm not wrong, Mary. There's nothing I've told you that isn't the truth.
Not about what he's done, perhaps, but about the sort of man he is. You may be mistaken there.
Actions speak louder than words.
Oh, there. Red decided to join you, Chick. Come on in.
In a minute, Red.
Be at Thursday.
That was our candidate for sheriff, Red Gordon.
Good evening, Miss Satan.
Hello, Chick. I was a little surprised when I found out who you were.
That's all?
You acted like a gentleman.
Oh, I always try to act like a gentleman. when I'm talking with a lady.
You see, Jeff? I don't know whether you two have ever met socially, but I don't see how you can stop me from introducing you.
Mary.
Jeff, this is Chick Thompson. Chick, Jeff Dyer.
Howdy. Howdy.
Aren't you going to shake hands?
There's no sense to that. We just as soon not.
I realize that one of you's a rancher and the other a homesteader, but if it weren't for that, I think you two could be good friends. I don't see why you should let a difference of opinion stand in your way.
It goes a lot deeper than that, Mary.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
I wonder if you'd still think so after you've eaten some of my apple pie.
Huh?
I want you both to come to supper at my house tomorrow night.
Mary, you can't ask a no-good owner.
I'll be glad to come, Miss Eden.
What about you, Jeff?
I'll be there. Don't you worry about that.
That's fine. I'll expect you both at 6 o'clock.
What are you wasting your time with that trash for?
Easy there, Red.
Watch your talk.
Farmer and a persnickety schoolman. You gone local?
Shut your mouth, Red, or I'll shut it for you.
Jeff.
That's just what I've been waiting to hear. Now that you got a girl in your arm, you got to stop calling and start talking big. All right. Talking means shooting to me. Go for your gun.
It'll be a pleasure, but not when Miss Eaton's around. Mary, I think...
We aren't waiting for nothing. Go for your gun.
Look out, Jeff. Where'd that shot come from? It knocked the gun right out of his hand.
Get on your horse and get out of here, Red. You're covered. Into the saddle.
Chick.
You had it coming, Red.
I'm not waiting much longer.
All right, I'm going. You'll be sorry you didn't mind your own business, stranger. I won't forget this.
See that you don't.
I'm going to be the new sheriff of this county, see? And all you gunmen will end up on the gallows. Get up there. Get up. Get up.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As soon as Red galloped down the street, the Lone Ranger turned on his heel and left the little group in front of the cafe. Once outside the town, he mounted Silver and rode back to camp. There he found Tonto waiting for him.
Steady, Silver, steady, boy.
Aye, Kimasabi.
You've been gone a long time, Tonto.
Me get job at Bar X. Cook.
That's fine. Did you find out anything about Chalmers?
Me see black arrow on wrist. Him man you look for.
Is Red Gordon a member, too?
Well, me not know about him.
Well, he must be. Otherwise, Chalmers wouldn't be trying to get him elected sheriff.
Well, Tonto here ranchers do what Chalmers say, 'cause young fella named Thompson tell 'em.
You mean the only hold they have on their ranches is through Thompson?
That's right.
That explains why Red didn't want him to get friendly with Jeff Bryant.
Why that?
They had a little argument in Bryantville. Mary Seaton, a new school teacher, is trying to bring Jeff and Chick together. If she manages it, Tonto, Cameron will be reelected. We won't have anything to worry about. The only trouble is that Chalmers will do everything in his power to stop her. That means the girl will be in danger from now on.
Maybe so.
There's no doubt about it. Here, help me get rid of this disguise. Afterwards, you'd better go back to the ranch.
What you do?
It's time we took Sheriff Cameron into our confidence. Silver and I are heading for Claiborne.
The following evening, Ben Chalmers paced the floor of his living room. Red Gordon sat near the window.
Oh, it's 7 o'clock. Is there any sign of him?
Nope.
That means he isn't coming. I told him it was important.
I knew he wouldn't be here. He's having supper with a school teacher and Jeff Bryant.
Yeah.
I met with his set, Ben. I was standing just inside the cafe door. I could see the way he was looking at her. He's in love. You can't blame him much. The Girl's a looker.
She's going to marry Bryant, isn't she?
Well, a chick might figure he can change her mind.
There must be some way out of this. There must be some way to keep him from making a fool of himself.
What I'm worried about is his making a fool out of us.
Well, let's see. The girl. If something was to happen to her...
That wouldn't do any good. He'd just be driving Chick and Jeff together.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't finished. She disappears, and Chick Thompson disappears with her. Now, shut up. I'm getting it. Jeff would think Chick had kidnapped her. He'd get all the farmers together, and then...
Get Cameron, too. They'd search the country and find him. The girl would tell the truth and say it wasn't Chick who kidnapped her.
She couldn't say that. If she was dead.
Oh.
They'd take Chick a prisoner and put him in jail. When the ranchers got wind of that, there'd be a fight. That's as good a way as any of clearing out the extra homesteaders.
There's one angle you got to work out still.
What?
They find the girl, she's dead. They find Chick at the same time. But he'd have to be tied up. When they see him that way, they know
They don't find him at the same time. They just disappear at the same time.
Oh, yeah. It don't make any difference what Chick says. They won't believe him.
Aquino, you can't have any part in it, though.
I got some in camp beyond the valley. They can take care of Chick. But like you say, the girl won't be able to talk afterwards. Why can't I take care of her?
You can. Get moving. This has to be done tonight.
You're sure, Tonto? You're sure they mean to act tonight?
Red Leaf Ranch, 1 hour ago.
We can't take any chance in the girl being hurt. But we may be able to use their plan in a different way. Steady, boy.
Come on. Get him up, Scout.
Steady, Silver. Steady, boy. Girl is here, Sheriff. We don't want to frighten her, so you better go first.
Why should I
ask?
I'd forgotten. It's late. She must be asleep.
It can't be too late. Gordon had to get his men, and they were camped outside the valley.
Who's there?
Sheriff Cameron.
Just a moment. Are you sure you have the right place, sir?
Yes, Miss Seaton. May we come in?
That man with you is masked.
This is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
You may not have heard of him, but you can take my word that he's honest. He's working for the law, not against it.
Come in by all means, but I don't understand. Why did you come here?
Your life is in danger, Miss Seaton.
You're joking.
No, he isn't.
You've done more to bring about a better understanding between the ranchers and the homesteaders in 2 days than the sheriff has in 2 years.
If Jeff Bryant and Chick Thompson are on speaking terms, I'm willing to admit it.
They shook hands tonight.
My hat's off to you.
There are crooks that don't want peace in the valley, and that's why you're in danger.
They want to kill me?
Well, there's no chance of that now. But if you'll do as we say, we may be able to put those crooks where they belong, in jail.
I know your voice, masked man. You're the stranger who saved Jeff's life. You didn't give me a chance to thank you then, but if there's anything I can do, I'm willing.
Then listen.
She's got the door bolted. Nope. So far, so good. There's enough light from the moon to see pretty good. This must be the bedroom door. Nobody here. Bed's been slept in, but she's gone. Something's wrong here. I'll light a lamp and see. What's that propped up on the table? A note. Dear Jeff, I've gone out to Mrs. Shannon's farm. She's been taken ill. That's fine. It'll be easy to get her out there. Just take the note with me, and the job's as good as done. Hey, Ben.
What's the idea? What have you come back here for?
Change of plans, that's all. The girl's out at Mrs. Shannon's farm. I'm going after her.
What about your men?
They're getting Chick at 3 o'clock. You better ride over there and make sure everything goes smooth.
You gave them their orders, didn't you?
I mean, check on their getaway.
Oh, Keno.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Chick Thompson stirred uneasily in his sleep. Then suddenly he sat bolt upright.
What?
Steady, mister.
He felt the cold steel of a gun muzzle pressing against his temple.
Don't make a move or I'll squeeze the trigger.
What is this?
Get him, boys. Gag him and rope him good.
Hey,
Mary and Mrs. Shannon were waiting in the front room of the farmhouse. The old woman was nervous and could hardly control her hand as she lifted a cup to her lips.
There now. Did you ever see anyone more clumsy than I am? I've spilt. I'll wipe it up, Mrs. Shannon. It's only a few drops. I can do it myself. You know, this wasn't my idea in the first place, Mrs. Shannon. If you'd rather have me go, I will. You stay right where you are. I know whose idea it was, and I've never felt more safe in my life. It's just this waiting that gets on my nerves. He shouldn't be long now. Shouldn't I be in bed, though, if I'm supposed to be sick? You don't have to pretend at all. That's a blessing. Black-hearted villain. The mere sight of his face will put such strength in my tongue and my arm, there'll be no controlling them. But you must control them. I'll do my best, that's all I can promise. Listen. One horse. Which is no doubt. I'll answer the door. You'll do no such thing. Have you forgotten your instructions? That's the one moment. It's Maggie Shannon that'll open the door.
Hello, Miss Shannon.
Hello, Red. What do you want?
Miss Seaton's here, isn't she?
She is.
Well, I'm glad to see you looking so well. She's got to come back to town right away.
Well, I don't think she has any intention of doing that. But I'll let you talk to her yourself. Come in.
Thanks.
Mary, it's Red Gordon. He says you've got to go back to town. Why, Mr. Gordon?
I got bad news, Miss Seaton. There's a friend of yours been hurt bad. He's at the doctor's.
A friend? You don't mean Jeff, do you?
That's it. They don't know if he's going to pull through or not. If you want to see him alive, you better hurry.
This is no time of night for a young girl to be riding a trail alone.
I'll be with her.
That's worse than being alone.
You keep out of this.
Mrs. Shannon's right. I'll wait until morning before I start.
Did you hear what I said about Jeff?
I heard you, Mr. Gordon. But I don't believe a word of it. You see, I know exactly what you're up to. You plan to kill me. That's why she came out here, where she could be safe.
You picked a mighty poor spot, sister.
At the least, she's got me to protect her.
That's funny, that is.
Well, I might not be able to stop you, but you'll hang for it, that's sure.
I got a bullet for each of you.
Oh, now it's going to be wholesale murder.
There's just one thing I don't get, Miss Seaton. If you was warned, why didn't you go to Jeff's farm?
Because Jeff had something better to do than take care of me.
What do you mean?
Your gunmen were planning to take Chick Thompson a prisoner tonight.
How did you know
And
about
Jeff had to get all the homesteaders and the ranchers together to stop them.
that note? You left a note for Jeff.
Wrong again, Mr. Gordon. I left a note for you.
What the... If that's them... Ben!
Hurry up.
What's the matter?
You men have been captured. They're sure to talk. We got to clear out of the county.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. The ranchers and farmers are riding together. The game's up for good.
I'm not leaving before I finish these two off.
We'll make it fast.
Okay. Up with them, Tolman.
An masked man.
The Lone Ranger and the sheriff. They've been waiting in the kitchen with the door part open. They've heard and seen everything.
My hand.
This has happened before, Red. You should know your hand isn't hurt.
You?
Yes, the stranger.
Gordon, you and Chalmers are under arrest. But I've been told you won't hang here. There'll be soldiers coming to take you to Fort Union.
I just want to make sure of you, Gordon. I see your wrist.
No.
A black arrow.
Stick out your hand.
Somebody else riding up.
Larry!
It's Jeff.
Are you all right?
Jeff and Chick.
Together. I like the sound of that.
Larry! Are you all right?
Of course I am. Didn't Tonto tell you there was nothing to worry about?
Oh, I couldn't help it. It's good to see you.
Have you noticed the prisoners, Chick?
Yeah, those handcuffs look pretty good to me, too.
How do the ranchers feel about the homesteaders now?
Just like I do. There's one thing certain, Sheriff. Nobody's going to run against you for a long, long time.
That means the homesteaders will get protection.
They got a right to it.
Oh, Chick.
Mary, if I ever said anything against Jeff, I take it all back. There's only one thing I'm hoping, that he'll let me be the best man at your wedding.
You got your wish, mister. And the wedding's going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow, is it? Could anything
Miss
be
Hunter.
better than that?
What is it, Hunter?
Hunter meet Indian outside of town. Him carry message from Padre.
From the Padre?
We get there plenty fast.
Steady, boy. Steady, Silver.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, scout. Hold, Silver! Away!
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Fantasy. Death is a savage deity.
Is that you, Dolores?
Yes, Warner. Don't stop playing. I heard the music coming from the conservatory, so I stopped by. What are you playing?
Just a simple melody of my own.
So weird. I thought possibly you were playing a dirge.
A dirge?
Yes. Or Andrews.
I fear neither dirge nor prayers nor candles burned on the altar will do Andrews any good.
Oh, Warner, what made him do it? He was always so happy, so full of the love of life. Why did he do such a thing?
He was blind. He couldn't stand the thought of being without the use of his eyes, so...
Yes, but if only...
I cautioned him. Over and over again, I warned him to take care of his eyes. But he wouldn't listen to me. Now he's dead.
Poor Andrews.
I suppose you and James will postpone your marriage a while, Dolores?
Yes, I think it best, don't you? It wouldn't be quite decent to have a funeral today and a wedding day after tomorrow, would it?
I wouldn't permit it in my home. And this is still my house, you remember. Oh, now, who's that? Yes, come in. All right, Alma, what is it?
Beg your pardon, Miss Jarvis.
All right, out with it. Don't stand there stammering.
Yes, Miss Jarvis. It's for Miss Dolores. Mr. Harvey's here.
Oh, Jim said he'd drop by.
Shall I show him in here, Miss Dolores?
Yes, please do.
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, Alma.
Yes, ma'am?
How does your head feel today?
Not so good, ma'am. It ached me all night long. I didn't get much sleep to speak of.
Perhaps you should go to a doctor, Emma.
I did, Miss Dolores. Yesterday. He said there was nothing wrong with me, but I know better. My head hurts something fierce all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll show Mr. Harvey right in.
Hello.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, Dolores, my dear, you look tired. How are you, Miss Jarvis?
Very well, thank you.
Oh, Jim, I'm glad you stopped by. We've rather had the doldrums around here the past day or so.
Yes, I know. I thought I'd stop by now and be here for the funeral this afternoon.
Poor Andrews. You loved him too, didn't you, Jim?
Yes, dear. I guess I did. I've known Andrews almost as long as you have.
Well, all I can say is I warned him again and again. If he'd only listened to
Auntie,
me...
please. Jim, let's go outside and get some air. I've been in the house all day.
All right, dear.
You'd both better stay around close. I may need you.
All right, Warner. We'll probably be in the garden.
Very well. Oh, Jim.
Yes?
Remember about the lily pond?
Oh, yes, of course I will.
It's dangerous, you know. Be careful of it, Jim. Don't get too near to its edge.
Yes, I'll remember. Come, dear.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
What did she mean about the lily pond?
Oh, don't you remember that the railing around the pond was taken down for repairs? Hasn't been replaced yet.
Yes, I know, but it's been down for almost a month. Here, let's walk on the grass, shall we? Why does she remind you about it now?
Well, she probably doesn't want us to fall into it and soil our pretty clothes.
But she seems so insistent. She said it's dangerous for you to be careful of it. For you not to go too near its edge. You, Jim. Not me.
Oh, she meant both of us, silly. She just addressed me because she wants me to take care of you.
Does she?
Why, of course she does. What do you mean?
Jim, I've had the impression for a long time now that she doesn't want us to be married.
Oh, nonsense. She's delighted.
No, she's not delighted.
But Dolores...
I've wanted to tell you this for a long time. But I've hesitated to say anything. I thought I might have been mistaken. Now I know it's true. She hates you, Jim.
Juana hates me? Why, of all the silly things I've ever heard of, Juana and I are great friends.
Oh, darling, you're wrong. Juana has no love for you. I don't know why, but she'll be perfectly delighted if you and I never marry.
Dolores.
Jim, I want to be married just as soon as we possibly can. Then I want to go away from here.
Away? Where, dear?
I don't care where. Just so it's someplace else, anywhere but here.
But, darling, I thought you loved this place.
Love it? I despise it.
Dolores.
I do, Jim. Oh, darling, I'm so upset. There's something terrible going on around here. I don't know what it is. But it was responsible for Andrew's death.
Darling, how can you say that?
Because I know.
You know what?
There was nothing wrong with Andrew's eyes.
What?
No. Nothing at all wrong with them.
But he went blind. The autopsy proved it. Well, that's why...
I know. He died blind, yes. But I went with him to an optometrist about a week ago. Andrews had perfect vision in both eyes, and no sign of defect or weakness.
But, Dolores, that's not possible.
I know, but it happened.
But how? How, dear?
I can't answer that. Oh, Jim, look out!
Good Lord!
Oh, dear, it's the lily pool. You almost walked right into it.
Yeah. I thought it was over farther to the east end of the garden.
I don't know why we should be so frightened of it. It's quite shallow. Even if one of us did accidentally fall in, we'd only get a bit wet.
Is that all that would happen?
Jim, what do you mean?
I wonder. Come on, dear. We best be getting back to the house. I want to brush up a bit before the crowd begins to drift in.
Dolores, will you play the organ a while? I'd like some music. Do you mind if I don't, Auntie? I'm rather tired.
Look here, Dolores. How about a swim down on the beach? The moon's up. It's quite warm tonight.
Jim, I think I'd like that.
Certainly, if you're too tired to play the organ, you're too tired to swim.
Oh, it'll be good for her, Miss Jonas. She needs some fresh air and exercise.
Yes, Auntie. You don't mind so much, do you?
No, I suppose not.
Good. Is there a suit in the men's quarters of the bathhouse I can use?
Yes, you'll find several there, James. Take your choice.
Oh, fine. Come along, Dolores.
No, let's not go that way, Jim. Let's take the back door and cut through the garden to the bathhouse.
All right, dear.
We won't be long, Auntie. Just a plunge and we'll be right back.
Very well. Oh, James.
Yes, Miss Jonas?
Remember about the lily pond.
Oh, yes. Oh, all right.
It's still quite dangerous, you know. Don't get too close to its edge. You may fall into it.
Yes, all right. We'll be careful, Miss Jones. We can see it all right in the moonlight.
Come on, Jim. There. You see? She keeps reminding you about the lily pond.
Oh, well, that just proves she doesn't want anything to happen to me. I told you she doesn't dislike me.
Jim, don't you think for a moment she doesn't. She dislikes you terribly. I think she even dislikes me.
But why? Good heavens, Dolores. She took you in when you were a mere infant, less than 3 years old. She's kept you. Clothes, a fine home, everything.
Yes, I know it. Still, she hates me.
Dolores, I don't understand. If you've known this all along, Why didn't you say something to me about it?
Because it's just recently she's changed. I don't know why she's changed, but she has.
Well, dear, suppose we forget everything for a while. This has been a trying day for all of us. Come on. I'll race you down to the bathhouse.
Well, Jim must not be dressed yet. Odd. He had plenty of time. Jim? Jim, do you hear me? Are you in the bathhouse, Jim? Jim? What's that over there? Surely it can't... Oh, no. Jim? Jim! The lily pond. It's head beneath the water. The lily stems around his throat. Oh, Jim! Jim, my darling, what happened to you, Jim? Please, try not to think about it. It's all over now, and there's nothing to be helped by thinking about it. But how did it ever happen to him? Dolores, you heard the coroner's verdict. Jim must have wandered over to the lily pond while waiting for you to finish dressing. He apparently stumbled and fell, striking his head on a rock, becoming unconscious. He fell with his head under water, and it strangled him. Oh, it was so sudden. If I'd only been a little quicker dressing, I might have saved him. Don't think of that, dear. We can't help what's happened. Lie still, dear. I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, Mr. Evans? Yes? Very well. I'll come to your office right away. Yes, within the hour. Very well. Goodbye. Oh, Dolores, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave you a while. That was my lawyer, and there's some very important papers I must attend to immediately. I'll be all right, Auntie. I'll send Almain to take care of you. But I'm afraid she won't be of much help. She's been complaining of headache constantly, night and day. Did you call me, Miss Dolores? Yes, several times. You were so long answering.
I'm sorry, Miss Dolores. I was downstairs. Can I do something for you, ma'am?
Yes, Alma. I want the key to this room.
That room, Miss Dolores?
Yes, and I want it right away. My aunt has kept this room locked for 18 years. She's always told me she wants no one in there because her father died in that room.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. Nothing else.
I'm not so sure. I intend to go inside that room now. Get me the key.
Oh, Miss Dolores, I beg you, ma'am. Don't go into that room. Whatever you do, ma'am, in the name of heaven, don't go into that room.
Why not? Tell me, Alma. What's in there?
It's frightful, ma'am. Please listen to me. My head's a splitting. I'm a sick woman. I'm almost a dead woman. But with the life that's left in me, I plead with you not to enter that room.
Alma, stop this nonsense.
It's not nonsense, miss. There's worse than the devil in there.
Alma, do you have the key? Answer me. Do you have the key to that room?
Yes, ma'am. That I have. I stole it from Miss Jarvis a month ago.
Then let me have it. Give it to me. At once.
I'll open the door. There you are, ma'am. I'll turn on the light.
Why? Well, this room is empty. Nothing here but an old table covered with a huge black cloth.
That's all, miss. Come now. Let's shut off the light and Lock the door.
No. Wait a minute. What's on that table?
Please, Mr. Lawrence. Don't go near that table.
I want to see.
I ask you not to, Mr. Lawrence.
Dolls. 4 little dolls. Each about 12 inches tall, lying here on the table.
Please come away, Mr. Lawrence.
Good heavens. This doll looks exactly like Andrew's. Look. Lying there on his back. With a common pin stuck squarely in the middle of each eye.
He went blind, Mr. Lawrence.
Good heavens. An exact image of Jim Harvey. Lying with his head submerged in a miniature lily pond.
Mr. Harvey died in a lily pond. In the garden.
This doll. Alma. It's an image of you. With a pin stuck into its head.
Oh, Mr. Lawrence, ma'am. My head's killing me with its aching.
Alma. This 4th doll.
It's you, Mr. Lawrence.
With another pin. Stuck into the doll's body so it pierces the heart.
Don't you feel pains in your heart, Mr. Lawrence?
Alma, what in the world does all this mean?
It's witchcraft.
Witchcraft?
Black magic.
But I don't understand.
It's Miss Jonas, your aunt. First, she convinced Andrews he was going blind. Then she convinced Mr. Harvey he'd die in the lily pond. And now she's trying to kill me with a headache. And you with a heart attack.
But how? How?
They use it where she came from, miss. Where she came from years ago.
Where was that?
Haiti.
Haiti?
Yes. When you've got an enemy in Haiti, you want to get rid of him. You make a doll that looks like him. You put hair from his head on the doll's head. Cloth from his clothes for the doll's clothes. Then you stick a pin in the part of the enemy you want to make hurt. And it works.
Alma.
It does, Mr. Lawrence. Look at Andrews. Blind because of the hex. Look at Mr. Harvey. Dead in the lily pond. Look at me. Me with my terrible headache. And the pin sticking in the head of that doll.
We'll pull out the pin.
Oh, no, don't. If you do that, I'm sure to die. Right away.
Alma, tell me how you know all this.
I've been listening, Mr. Lawrence, and watching. For years, I've been watching and listening and... Oh, Mr. Lawrence!
Alma! Alma, what's wrong? Alma, speak to me. Are you all right? Alma! She's dead.
Mr. Lawrence, you feeling better?
Yes, much. How did I get here in my bed, Doctor?
Your aunt found you here, unconscious.
Oh, then I did manage to get here before I fainted. Have you found Alma?
Yes, poor girl. Dead. Brain hemorrhage.
Brain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Where did you find her, Doctor?
In her room. She must have died in her sleep.
No. No, she didn't die in her bed. My aunt must have placed her there.
Dolores, you know the truth.
Do you, Dr. Seabrook?
I've known it for years. I've been watching Warner, your aunt, for years. When Andrews died, I became suspicious. When your fiancé perished in the lily pond, I was convinced. Convinced that Warner was using her ancient jungle powers.
Her what?
Let me tell you a story. She was married to a wealthy plantation owner in Haiti about 18 years ago. One day, she decided to rid herself of him. So, she fed him poison. When he realized what she had done to him, he went off into the jungle to die. But first, he made a will, leaving all his money and property to the baby daughter of his closest friend, a man who died of jungle fever and whose baby had been taken to America by friends. Juana's husband left his fortune to that baby girl. That girl, my dear, was you.
Oh.
Before the poisoned man died, he sought out a jungle witch doctor and had him make a charm. It was a doll-like image of the woman who had poisoned him. He took a lock of her hair from where he'd always carried it in a gold locket, and the hair became the doll's hair. Then he took a long needle, dipped it in the most potent poison, and plunged that needle again and again into the body of the doll image. The poison was one that brings about instant and complete paralysis of the human muscles.
Paralysis?
Yes. It's a poison well known in Haiti.
He cast a spell upon her, just as she's been casting spells on us.
Precisely.
But her spells were effective. His wasn't.
No spell is effective unless the victim is made aware of its existence. Just a few moments ago, I told your aunt the same story I've told you.
You mean you told her about the spell that was cast upon her years ago?
In an offhand manner. I passed it on to her as just a story I'd heard from a friend of mine in Haiti. I pretended I didn't know that she was involved.
Where is she now?
You feel like getting up?
Yes, I'm all right.
This door leads to your aunt's room, doesn't it?
Yes, it's not locked. Here? Is she in here?
Yes, she's in there.
Oh, she's ill. And Juana, Doctor, look at her.
The spell she cast upon you is broken now. Your aunt is dead.
But look at her.
Yes. She died instantly of complete paralysis.
Death is a savage deity. Dark fantasy.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from the planet Krypton, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can leap tall buildings at a single bound, race a speeding bullet to its target, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. But before we join Superman, listen.
And now to our story. When the leopard woman, cunning leader of an Oriental spy ring, gained her freedom by a clever ruse, Major Campbell, chief of the Secret Service, dismissed Clark Kent from further duty. Kent, who had created the plan of letting the leopard woman escape from jail so that she might lead them to the spy ring's headquarters, was certain she herself had no idea where her henchmen had moved after abandoning their original hideout. Kent felt the leopard woman was waiting somewhere for a message. At the Daily Planet office, Kent found Lois going over some classified ads, one of which, strangely enough, offered a leopard skin for sale. On the slim chance that this was the message, he traced the address of the telephone number given in the ad, and taking Lois with him, made a call on the advertiser, a man named Brower. As we join them, they are standing in the dimly lit second-floor hallway of a waterfront house. Off in the distance, the foghorn of a lightship moans eerily. Kent knocks on the door.
How can anyone live in a place like this?
You'll be surprised. Shh, someone's coming.
Who is it?
Mr. Brower?
Yes?
We've come in reference to that leopard skin you've advertised.
Just a minute.
Taking him an awfully long time to open that door.
Oh, how do you do?
Come in.
Oh, thank you. My name is Jones. This is Mrs. Jones.
How do you do?
How do you do?
So, you want to buy the leopard skin?
We'd like to see it.
Oh, you want to see it?
Yes.
All right. I got it in the next room. I'll bring it in.
Thank you. Strange bird, isn't he?
Clark, I don't like this. There's something fishy about this place.
It's the salt air blowing in from the ocean.
Oh, don't be funny.
I'm not being funny. This house is practically in the water.
Please, Clark, let's get out of here. I'm getting nervous. If I had... No. Clark, the door behind you.
Yes, Mr. Kent, the door behind you. I'll close it now. There seems to be a draft.
You can put that gun away.
I feel much more comfortable with it in my hand, if you don't mind. Won't you be seated, you and Mrs. Jones? I'm sorry we haven't more comfortable chairs, but there hasn't been time to furnish the house. You understand, I'm sure.
I understand perfectly.
Yes, of course. You're a clever young man, Mr. Kent.
Clark, must she point that gun at us?
Don't worry. I have a very steady hand.
Is she the leopard woman?
Yes, little one. I am the leopard woman.
Well, now that we walked into your parlor, what's the next move?
A very sensible question, Mr. Kent. The next move is mine.
What's it going to be?
I haven't decided yet. Until I do, you will be my guest. Excuse me. Brower?
Yes?
We will have two guests, Brower. Mr. Kent and his charming companion. They have no further interest in a leopard skin, but will spend the night with us.
Down below?
Yes, I should think so. This is an old house, Mr. Kent. In years gone by, it was owned by a sea captain, a slave trader. In the basement, he built a large, well-constructed cell to house his slaves until it was time to ship them to the market. There are no beds, but I have already arranged for mattresses to be placed on the floor.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
Don't mention it. You were kind to me in permitting me to escape from that horrible prison. I am only showing my appreciation. Take them down, Brower. You have a gun?
Yes.
The others are on guard?
Yes.
Very good. Au revoir, Mr. Kent. Good night, little one.
Come on, Jones. Grab the missus and I'll show you the nicest leopard skin you ever laid eyes on.
Clark, it's so damp down here.
Don't worry, Lois. We won't be here long.
You keep saying that, but how can we get out? The bars across this cage are an inch thick.
I can get you out any time I want to.
Well, why don't you instead of talking about it? What was that?
Nothing.
I know what it was. It was a rat.
Don't be silly.
Oh, the place is probably full of them. Oh, why did I ever let you get me into this? I'm such a fool.
Lois, please, get a grip on yourself. We're working for the government now. These people are spies, espionage agents. They're a menace to the country's welfare. We've got to stick it out until we learn more about them, how they're operating.
And then what?
Well, then we'll round them up.
Oh, just like that. You'll throw out your chest and walk right through those iron bars. Superman.
I never said I'd walk through the iron bars.
You'll squeeze through them.
Well, now you're being silly.
Well, maybe it sounds silly to you, but I'm cold and damp and... Oh, dear, what's the... Oh, there goes another rat. Won't be long before they decide to come in and sample us. Clark? Clark?
What is it?
Why didn't you answer me? I can't see a thing in this pitch blackness. Where are you?
Right here at the bars.
What are you doing?
I'm listening. Shh.
For a moment, Clark Kent steps into the role of Superman, and making use of his amazing sense of hearing, listens in on a conversation emanating from the floor above. A conversation that can be heard by his ears alone.
Have you had time to assemble the radio apparatus?
No.
Well, do that as quickly as possible. We must make contact. When did the last report go out?
The day before yesterday.
Assemble the radio and let me know the moment it is ready.
Okay.
Clark, what are you listening to?
I thought I heard voices.
Rats, that's what you heard. Listen to them like a herd of elephants.
Why don't you try sleeping, Lois?
Go to sleep. Not on your life.
At least you can lie down.
On what?
Here's a mattress.
No, thanks. I want to be as far away from the floor as possible.
Shh, quiet. Someone's coming.
If it's Madam Leopard Woman, just let me...
Quiet, Lois.
I didn't see anyone. Did you?
Yes. A Jap.
You must have cat's eyes. How can you see anything in this pitch black darkness?
Maybe it's a gift. He opened what looked like a fuse box and pulled a switch. Can you hear anything?
No.
There's a faint hum. Wait a minute.
Now where are you going?
Just listening. Shh.
What do you expect to hear?
Please, Lois.
Once again, making use of Superman's amazing sense of hearing, Clark Kent picks up the voices of the leopard woman and her henchman Brower.
What reports have we on the movement of ships?
Only one report. An oil tanker sailed from here yesterday morning.
Do we know its approximate position?
Yes. 70 miles due east.
How large a ship is it?
9,000 tons.
Flying what flag?
United States.
What is the ship's name?
The Miramar.
Make contact with the U-27. Give her the position of this oil tanker. Use code W on 22 kilocycles.
Right.
Clark.
Just a minute, Lois.
What in heaven's name do you expect to hear?
I've heard plenty. We've got to get out of here in a hurry.
What do you want me to do? Rub Aladdin's lamp and make a wish?
We don't have to do that. I just discovered that a couple of the iron bars are loose. I think I can force them out. At least I can try. Now you listen and tell me if anyone's coming.
Okay. How does it look?
All right. There goes one. And it's number 2. I think we can squeeze through now. Come on. All right, now just take it easy.
Okay.
Careful. There.
I'm through. Can you make it?
Yep. There we are.
Now, how do we get out of this basement?
Up those steps. There's a rear door. I noticed it when we were brought down here. Now, be as quiet as you can.
Okay.
Careful. Open the door gently.
Oh, we're lucky. The fog's like pea soup. Certainly feels good to get out of that dungeon.
Come on, we haven't time to talk. I've got to put you into a cab.
Where are you going?
Never mind. You get to Major Campbell's office as fast as you can. Tell him about this place. Have him raid the house and round them all up. Oh, there's a taxi in front of that diner.
But, Clark...
Do as I say, Lois. Now, here, get in. Municipal building, driver, as fast as you can make it.
Clark!
Come on. Now, I've got some work to do.
As Superman. There was no mistaking that message the leopard woman sent. It was to a submarine giving the position of an American oil tanker. I've got to get to that tanker before it's torpedoed. 70 miles due east. If I can find it in all this fog, I'm good. Up! Up!
and away!
Red cape streaming, Superman vanishes into the heavy fog rolling in from the sea, heading due east in search of the doomed oil tanker. Somewhere in the vastness of the fog-bound ocean, an enemy submarine is preparing to stalk its unknowing prey. Will Superman locate the oil tanker before a deadly torpedo does? Don't miss the next exciting episode. Tune in and follow the story with Superman.
Don't forget, tune in again for the next thrilling episode with Superman.
Look, up in the sky.
A bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
Law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the costume killer, who was an old hand at his trade and a hard master to his apprentices, until he learned the first lesson of society at the hands of skillful detectives.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Chief J.A. Pitcock, who recently retired as Chief of Police, Little Rock, Arkansas, after 31 years of service, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the costume killer.
Chief Pitcock, from what you've told me, I know tonight's case is so fantastic, the facts about this criminal are hard to believe.
Yes, Don Gardner, but I've got his signed confession to murder right here in my hand.
Well, when did you first hear of this man, Chief Pitcock?
Well, Don, our reports start not too many months ago in the city of Paragould, Arkansas. A tall, slim man about 40 had been sitting in the front parlor of his rooming house. He'd heard a knock at the door, and he was on his way to answer it.
All right.
Hello, Mr. Osprey.
Well, come in, Joy. Don't stand there like a tired old field horse.
Yes, sir. Look, Mr. Osprey, don't be sorry at me because
Don't tell me here. Come on in the parlor.
Yeah.
Kids. Spend your days and nights trying to pound a little something in their pumpkin heads so maybe they'll amount to something. Get in there.
Yes, sir.
Well, what were you going to tell me, boy? Get it out of you. Think you wasn't born with a tongue.
I tried, Mr. Osprey. Honest, I tried.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Now, you got to listen to me, boy. For years I've been showing kids how to do this. Kids, they all think they're smarter than you.
Oh, I don't think I'm smarter than you, honest.
Well, if you listened close to me and done exactly like I told you, you wouldn't have had no experience like that.
I tried, Mr. Osprey.
You didn't do it like I told you. You didn't do a thing I told you.
Well, I was awfully scared. That cop came pretty close, awful close.
Well, if you'd listened to me and if you'd opened the window like I showed you how to open it, you'd have been in there and out with a sack full of stuff before that cop even got close.
Yes, sir, I guess I would, but...
But nothing. I got boys all over this city and lots of other cities. I showed them what to do and how to do it. Now, me and you are going back to that store tonight, and me and you are going to come home with a gunny sack full of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And then after we get that, I'm going to show you a few other things. How to disguise yourself up good so nobody can pick you out. How to pick a lock with just a hairpin. How to break a man's arm with just one twist.
Do I have to learn that?
Of course you got to learn that, boy. Sometimes you got to hurt people. Sometimes after you don't hurt people, you get hurt yourself. And hurt bad.
Did you ever hurt anyone?
Only because I had to.
Bad?
Bad enough. I killed him.
Killed him?
Well, only two.
Oh.
That's what I did my time for. And if I'd killed the third one, I wouldn't have done no time at all. But I got soft-hearted. Serves me right. Now, never you get soft-hearted, boy.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, you listen to me. And I'll tell you how we're going to get in that store tonight.
Maybe you ought to use the glass cutter some more.
Shh, boy.
You got it.
Sure, I got it. Okay, Joey, I'll give you a boost up. You unlock the window.
Yeah.
Now grab a hold.
Okay.
Now, Up you go. Okay, now. Reach in, unlock the window.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. A little higher.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I got it.
Good boy. Now come on down. If we hadn't did it like this last night, we wouldn't have had all this bother tonight. You got your gunny sack?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to boost you in. You know what to take. And when you get it, you meet me back the room.
Ain't you coming in with me?
There ain't but one way to learn, boy, and that's do it yourself.
But, Mr. Lester...
Don't stand there arguing with me. Now come here, I'll boost you.
It ain't fair.
Now up you go.
Okay, that's enough.
Now jump down. Everything all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Good boy. I'll see you back the room. All right, I'm coming. Joey?
Yeah, it's me.
Just a second. Come in, boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, good work, boy. You did find it. Where's the gunny sack?
I got it, Mr. Audacy. I left it in the shed.
Well, I told you to bring it so I could give you what you got coming.
I was gonna, but...
But what, boy? Speak up.
There was a cop waiting in front of my house.
A cop?
It's a good thing I saw him, Mr. Audacy. An awful good thing.
You snitch. You...
Please, Mr. Audacy, let me go. I didn't have anything to do with it.
What's he doing there, then?
I don't know. Let me go.
All right, boy. If this cop's waiting for you, that ain't good.
What do we do?
Well, I'll tell you, boy. You go on home and get to bed.
But the cop will
That
get
don't
me.
matter none, boy. You got no record. You get off easy.
But I don't want to go to jail. I don't want
I'll just give you a talking to. With me, it's a sight different. I'm on parole. They send me back to prison for life. You wouldn't want that to happen to your old friend Slim Usry, would you?
Oh, no, sir, I wouldn't.
Well, now you see why I got to leave town. Anyway, I got some of my other boys to look in on. I'll be in touch with you, boy. You'll hear from me. You're a good boy.
So, Don, Slim Usry, a paroled murderer and tutor in crime, fled to his native town of Hattiesburg, Mississippi, where he sought refuge at the home of his sister Etta. But Slim Usry's sojourn in Hattiesburg didn't prove as pleasant as he had hoped.
Slim!
Yeah, what's ailing you now?
I asked you to weed the garden. Instead, you sit there all day like you were the landlord waiting for his rent.
If you want the garden, weed it yourself. I ain't budging, Etta. I ain't budging an inch.
Honest, Slim, it just ain't right.
If I feel like it, Etta, I'll sit here all week.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you, Slim. You ought to be out working like other men.
Now, looky here, Etta. If there was work I felt like doing, I'd be out doing it. There ain't no kind of work around this town I feel like doing. Can't you get that through your head?
If you don't work, you're blown back in the penitentiary.
Now, look here, Etta.
I said the penitentiary.
Don't you talk to me like that, Etta.
The whole town's talking about you. They all know what you are. I got to bear the shame.
Who cares?
I could see that you're sent back to jail.
You shut up, you old king. Why should I dirty my hands on you? Fine home you gave your own brother, always nagging. Don't know when to stop.
I guess it was a mistake taking you in.
No mistake not coming back.
I guess you better leave, Slim.
I reckon the best.
I want you to be packed when I get home.
Yeah. What time you coming back?
I won't be back till late tonight.
Hey!
What?
Who's going to fix my supper?
Nobody. You're not eating here again.
Hey, Etta! You old hen. You ain't sending me back no penitentiary. You ain't even going to think about sending me back.
That, Don, was the moment Slim Usry made up his mind to murder his sister Etta. He knew she would walk home that night, and he waited in a clump of weeds until he heard her footsteps.
Etta? Howdy, Etta. You have a nice time?
Oh, Slim, you scared me.
Did I, Etta?
What were you doing back in those weeds? Did you lose something?
No. I'm just fixing to lose something, that's all.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Etta. Nothing at all.
Are you all packed to go? I don't want you in my house tonight.
I changed my mind, Etta. I'm staying.
Who said so?
I said so, that's who.
No, not in my house.
No?
You'd If you don't go tonight, I'm calling the police.
You call him, Etta. You call him.
Slim, no, don't.
You old hen. Try to send me back to penitentiary, will you? On the way to treat a brother. You old hen. I'll show you. Treat your brother like a big dog. Take care of you.
Deputy Sheriff Clarkson.
Deputy Clarkson, this is Slim Osry.
Yes, Slim.
It's my sister, Etta, Deputy Clarkson. She left the house yesterday to go visiting. She didn't come home all night.
Where'd she go, Slim?
Well, I don't rightly know, Deputy Clarkson, but you know, Etta, that ain't like her. Something must have happened to her now. Would you help me find her?
All right, Slim, I'll be right over.
So, Don, the murderer, Slim Osry, reported to the authorities that his sister Etta was missing, although it was Osry himself who killed her. But in carrying out his plan to fool the police, Osry ran into unexpected difficulties.
Okay, let's break right here. More from Gangbusters right after these messages on 670 WMAQ.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Boston Blackie.
Edgar Bergen.
John and Blanche Bickerson. This is Stan Freberg. Would you pay $60 for 60 of the greatest old-time radio shows of all time? Well, now you can by ordering Old Time Radio's Greatest Shows, a 60-episode collection for only $60. The Whistler, Gangbusters, Philip Marlowe, Gunsmoke, and many more. All on top-quality cassettes housed in a designer case. Plus, you'll also receive a 20-page anecdotal booklet giving you the inside story to each and every show.
Hold everything, Stan. This is Carl Amari, owner of Radio Spirits, with a special limited-time offer. If listeners call right now and mention this radio station, they can take $10 off the $60 price. But you must call right now and mention this radio station for this special $10 savings.
Hey, you don't have to convince me. Order toll-free, 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648.
It's time for Internet Jeopardy!
I'll take Internet Service Provider for $100.
They're the fastest-growing Internet access company in Chicagoland.
Who is TechPort?
You're correct. You control the board.
I'll take Technical Support for $500.
The company with free 24-hour support.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Still your turn.
Give me Internet Best Buys for $1,000, Bob.
Now listen closely. They're the company which offers unlimited Internet access, a free homepage for new subscribers, email, and free setup for only one low fee of $19.95 per month. Plus, the first 30 days are free.
Who is TechPort?
Right again. Now, if you answer this next question correctly, you'll double your money and walk away the new Internet Jeopardy champion. How can people sign up with TechPort Complete Internet Access?
That's easy, Bob. They call 1-800-830-4880 or log on to www.techenter.com.
Congratulations, you're our new Internet Jeopardy champion. And remember, TechPort is your best source for complete Internet access. Phone 800-830-4880.
Now, let's get back to Gangbusters.
Now, you were telling us, Chief Pitcock, that Slim Osry murdered his sister Etta and then reported her missing.
Yes, Don. And an investigation was started. The weeded area of the neighborhood was on the list of places where deputies thought the woman might be found, and the search there was in progress.
Deputy Clarkson?
Yes, Slim.
You don't reckon we'll find Etta in here? If anything happened to Etta, it'd break my heart.
I know how you feel, Slim. Let's quit the talking and look.
Okay.
Etta. Matter, Slim.
Etta.
Hold it, man.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Did you find something, Slim? Good Lord.
Etta.
Come away from it, Slim. Come away.
I won't sleep a wink till I get the man who did this. I won't sleep a wink.
Come in.
Hello, Deputy Clarkson.
Go in.
They said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Come on over and sit down.
Sure, Deputy Clarkson. Well, you got any idea who killed my sis?
Yes, Slim. I've got a few ideas.
Well, you just tell me who it was. I could wring his neck with my two hands. I could...
You could what, Slim?
Well, you can't blame me none, Deputy Clarkson. Poor little Etta never did no harm, no one. Murdered in cold blood like that.
You killed 2 men yourself, Slim.
Oh, that was different.
What was so different about it?
Well, I paid for it. I spent 19 years put away. And You don't think it was me killed Etta?
Well, I didn't say you killed her, but you could have.
Well, I didn't. What would I be killing my own sis for?
I haven't any idea.
It's a fine thing. I come down here to help you, and I get accused of murder. Just because I've been in a little trouble once or twice, you can't let a man have no peace. Not even when they're fixing to bury his poor sister.
Hey, Slim.
Huh?
Come here.
What do you want?
How come it was you, out of all the people looking for Etta, that found her body? You seem to know just where it was.
Well, she just happened to be where I was looking. If I killed her, you don't think I'd be fool enough to find the body, do you?
Slim, I don't know what to think.
Well, Don, a few months went by and no new evidence turned up. Then one day Slim Usry left town and went to Little Rock, Arkansas. Shortly after he arrived, Usry walked into a costumer's shop on Commerce Street and asked to look at a wig and mustache outfit he saw in the window.
Yes, sir. Finest wig and mustache in Little Rock. There you are.
Yeah, not bad. I've seen better.
I take it you're going to a party?
Oh, I figured on a couple of parties. You got a looking glass, yeah? If they look good on, maybe I'll take them.
Right in back here, sir?
Oh, yeah.
The mustache sticks right on.
I can see how it works.
Very good indeed. Nobody'd recognize you, not with that on.
How much?
Well, now, let's see. That'd be, $11.80 with the tax.
Okay.
Shall I wrap them up for you?
Sure, wrap them. You don't think I'm going to wear them now, do you?
Attention, all squads. Be on alert for bandit who robbed auto rental agency, Sixth and Scott, of several $100s in cash. This man, described as tall and slender, apparently wore black mustache and wig as disguise. Caution, this man is armed and dangerous.
Oh, come on in, Sergeant.
What a morning, Captain. I had that witness look at every picture in the file. No luck. Not with that wig and mustache disguise. Good disguise.
You know, I can't remember anyone using a disguise like that on a hold-up in years. This must be an old-timer.
Well, the victim thought he was about 40, Captain. It doesn't make him too much of an old-timer. I wonder if he bought that wig and mustache in one of the shops here in Little Rock.
Maybe. But they can't tell whether that stuff came from their shop until they see it. And it looks like we'll have to get our man before they can see it.
Hello, Mr. Usry.
Huh? Well, Joey. Sit down, boy. Sit down.
Thanks, Mr. Usry.
Call me Slim, Joey. People around here know me as Slim.
Okay, Slim.
Fine gravy you growed. How about a beer, Joey?
Oh, no, thanks. Later, maybe. Well, I came as soon as I got your letter.
Yeah. Well, I wrote to you, boy, because I like you. And I want to do something for you. I was sure glad to hear you didn't go to that reformatory.
Well, it was like you said. They gave me a talking to and let me go. They haven't caught me since.
That's good boy, Joey.
I figured when I got your letter you needed some help.
Not just yet, boy. First, you got to finish your lessons.
Lessons? Well, I could do okay now. I've been doing okay.
Well, maybe you could, but we got to be sure about it. Now, tonight, I'm going to try my old disguise trick again. You recollect I was telling you once about disguises?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, boy, tonight, I got a nice little old cafe all picked out. It'll be so easy I won't need help from you. I wouldn't need you even if you was ready. So you just stick around my room.
Yes, sir. What'll you have?
This, pick up. Reach.
What's the matter?
Everybody quiet.
Wait a minute.
Wait for nothing. I'm in a hurry. Where's the dough?
I'll get it. Hey, it was an accident.
I don't like accidents. Now, don't anybody move till I'm gone. Anybody follow? Get the same.
Get him.
How bad is he, Sergeant?
Luckily, not so bad. Both flesh wounds, Captain. This is his room.
Okay. Let's go in. Hello, Mr. Walters. How do you feel now?
Oh, not bad, considering.
I'm Captain Crossman.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Walters, do you think you could recognize the man who held up your cafe and shot you?
I don't know. Maybe I could. I ought to know that mustache anyway.
Mm-hmm. Is this the mustache?
Yeah, that's it. I'd swear that's it.
It was found in an alley near your cafe. The hold-up man was seen running up that alley.
That's it, all right.
Thanks, Mr. Walters. We know where it was bought. Now all we've got to do is find the man who bought it.
I tell you, Joey, just like I tell all my boys, you miss doing something one way, no matter how many times it worked, it ain't good no more.
That seems crazy to me. All you got to do is get another mustache.
No, boy, police and everybody else on that mustache and wig trick. I got to try something else.
Yeah, but you promised I could try the mustache trick.
I said no, boy. When I say no, I mean it. Maybe we pick up and go someplace else and try it, but not here in Little Rock.
Oh, it's nuts, Slim. And we're just getting set here.
And I don't know whether I'm going to stay or not. They got a big charge against me. I could have killed that man last night.
Oh, the guy was shot up a little. Serves him right.
Maybe I should have killed him.
Sure. So, he'd have been number 3.
Joey. Number 4.
Number 4?
You heard me.
You mean you killed somebody since I saw you last?
What if I did? If you want no account. Getting back, we got to change our way of operating. We got to just... Boy, where you going?
I'm going out for some air.
Well, now watch out where you go and what you do.
Well, just going out to get you a present.
Present, boy? For me?
Sure. And one for myself. I'll see you later, Slim.
Captain Crossman.
This is Sergeant Woods. We've got men planted at that costume store. Nothing doing yet, Captain.
Well, keep them there. And at the other stores, too.
Okay, Captain, but it's pretty much of a shot in the dark. This fellow'd be a chump to come back for another mustache.
Maybe. But if he does come back, I want a welcoming party for him.
Joey?
Yeah, Slim, open up.
Where you been, boy? Get in here.
I told you I was going out to buy a present.
Is that it there?
Uh-huh, that's it.
Well, don't stand there, boy. If you're going to give it to me, give it here.
I got 2 of them.
What is it? Give it here, boy.
Not until you promise I can use one.
One what?
One of these mustache outfits.
Mustache outfits?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get it?
Hey, let go. Please, Slim, let go, will you?
Where'd you get it?
At the same store you showed me. Please, Slim, you hurt me. Please.
I ought to kill you, boy. I ought to beat your brains out.
No, please.
You could have brought the cops here. You know that.
There were no cops. I looked good, honest. Let go, Slim.
Huh? No cops?
I'm positive. I didn't see anybody.
Well, as long as you didn't see no cops, I guess there'll be no cops coming here, huh?
Sure. Everything's okay.
Yeah. You didn't listen to me, Joey. I kill people who don't pay no attention.
Slim, don't do nothing.
Come here, you miserable...
No, let go. It didn't mean nothing.
Didn't mean nothing, huh?
Oh, please.
Turn it loose. Huh? Police officers, you're under arrest.
What? Me?
Please, I didn't do nothing. He was trying to kill me.
We'll see about that, son. Come on, both of you.
Well, watch who you're pulling.
Come on, you.
Okay, kid. Let's go.
No, I don't want to go to jail.
Come on, boy. It's just another lesson.
It should have been the first lesson.
Should have been up first.
So, Don, that was the end of the teacher of crime. And Usry, who thought he had committed a perfect murder, made the worst mistake of all. He told someone about it. And the boy Joey told the police. In the Little Rock jail, William Usry confessed the murder of his sister Etta. Usry was returned to Mississippi, where he died in the electric chair in the Forest County Jail a few months ago.
Well, congratulations, Chief Pitcock, to you and to the men of the Little Rock Police Department who solved this terrible crime. Principal roles in tonight's dramatization were played by Bill Smith and Jack Grimes. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
And then...
At ease, and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
because I'm sweet on candy, and candy's sweet on me. He understands me, my understanding candy, and candy's always handy when I need sympathy. I wish that there were 4 of him, yum, 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 so I could love much more of him. I want some, he has taken my complete heart, got a sweet tooth. All for my sweetheart, candy. It's gonna be so dandy, dandy when he names the day. I'll take my candy and make him mine. Oh, mine, he's my candy. I just want the right to love you all of my life. Just the right to take care of you all of my life. I just want the right to be near you, always to be there, sharing every care and strife. Life can be as simple as a nursery rhyme. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all of the time. Long as I may live, I just want the right to give all my love with all my heart for all of my life.
Today's program in the series At Ease brought you Every Time, In Acapulco, Dig-a-Dig-a-Doo, Candy, Three Little Words, Rose Room, At Sundown, I Should Care, All of My Life, Dream, and Time on My Hands. Seaman First Class Albino Ray conducted the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra, featuring the King Sisters. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
G.I. Jive.
Hi, fellas. It's my great pleasure to bring to you G.I. Jive number 892, which is a very corny way of saying this is Jill with the 892nd session of G.I. Jive, which takes place daily in the AEF Jukebox of the Air. Here's the band lineup, gang. Count Basie, Hal McIntyre, Lucky Millender, and Tommy Dorsey. 4 records that I hope will be okay with everyone. The jukebox is all warmed up and ready to send Count Basie out with his G.I. Stomp. And that was G.I. Stomp by Count Basie, played especially for Sergeant Colbert, Lando the Commando, Old Sipe, Honest John, Wesley, and the Man from Mars at APO 920, Bill Purrin, and the Jive Hounds at APO 828. And no matter what day or night it is right now, according to Hal McIntyre, Saturday night is the loneliest night in the week. Ruth Gaylor sings the words to Corporal Herbie Wistray at APO 93, a gang of sergeants at APO 708 named Joy Carter, William Sears, Joseph Fayback, and Luther Hardwick. Okay, here's Saturday Night. Another week
I usually feel until I hear you at the door, until you're in my arms once more. Saturday night is the loneliest night in the week.
Comes the record that gets all the requests. Well, darn near all of them. I'll give you a conservative estimate and say that we have 200 requests for it. Seems like every time I turn around we're playing this record, but still the requests come in. So as long as you keep asking for it, I'll keep spinning Lucky Millender's Sweet Slumber. And that takes care of Sweet Slumber, dedicated to all of you too numerous to mention who asked for it, and also to all of you men in the Transportation Corps. And if we had a sponsor, we'd have a commercial about now, but we haven't got a sponsor. But we'll have a commercial anyway. Send your record request to Jill, care of G.I. Jive, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now dedications are in order for Robert Slim Ryan and the Three Stooges, Jim Hurry, Little Corporal Montalese, and Grumby Huss. Grumby has a little daughter named Nola, so Tommy Dorsey's Nola it is. Till next time, this is Jill saying good morning to some of you, good afternoon to some more of you, and to the rest of you, good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Presenting the adventures of Jungle Jim. The adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's greatest comic and adventure pictures by the world's best artists, featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. The accident to the landing gear of the Army plane carrying Jim, Colo, and Kitty St. John to Puerto Rico proved upon investigation to be deliberate sabotage. This news struck Jim like a thunderbolt. He had no more than accepted the assignment to investigate a hostile submarine base in the Caribbean when the secret enemy seemed to have knowledge of the fact and almost succeeded in ending Jim's life. Colonel Cripps and Jim map out their strategy, which calls for the investigation of an island owned by a wealthy recluse who is building there a kingdom of his own with native labor and a seemingly bottomless purse. Many steamships from far-off lands are increasing their calls each week at the mysterious island. We find Jim in the office of Colonel Cripps, Chief of Army Intelligence for the Caribbean area.
Sabotage? Colonel Cripps, are you certain? There's no question about it, Bradley. A fiendishly clever mechanic sawed through one of the brackets holding the return mechanism in such a way that once the landing gear was brought up into the wing, the bracket would break. It'd never go down again, and another unexplained crash might have occurred. Well, it certainly points to me, all right. There was no one else on board that ship they wanted.
Jim, you've got to be careful. This gang of plotters are evidently playing for big stakes and will stop at nothing. Murder is probably just a sideline with them.
Of course I'll be careful, Colonel. But don't you think our first problem is to find out who we're dealing with?
We'll find that out. They'll show their hand to you or ourselves soon enough. But with extra vigilance, you should be able to match them and probably beat them at their own game.
Well, that hasn't been so hard in the past, Colonel. These underhanded groups of spies and such usually work the same way. Same old bag of tricks.
Well, I think we've hit on a new one for them. You're leaving here tonight. They mustn't find out about it.
Tonight? Well, that's not possible. I've got to have a lot more time, Colonel.
I'd like to give it to you, Jim. But we've made arrangements with a Captain Kennedy to take you. He has a trading sloop. And once a month or so, he stops at the island I told you about. He sells them practically all of their staple provisions. He sails tonight and won't return for a month.
Well, couldn't we get there some other way?
Not without arousing so much suspicion as to endanger your mission, Jim.
I see. Perhaps you're right, Colonel. When does he leave, and how much time have we to get ready?
We?
Why, surely. Colo, Miss St. John, and myself.
Jim, my understanding of this matter was that you were to work alone. In fact, here's the official order from Colonel Barrett and his special note to you. Why don't you read it?
Oh, thank you.
Down the bottom, Jim.
I see. I honestly recommend that you go at it alone. Therein lies your best chance for success. My heartiest good wishes, signed Colonel Barrett.
You see, Jim.
I suppose he travels fastest who travels alone. Oh, but Colonel, how can I keep in touch with you?
Well, Kennedy, this trading captain, is our only possible line of communication. And you can trust him implicitly. We do.
I've got it, Colonel. Why can't we ship Colo as a member of Kennedy's crew? Then he could carry our messages back and forth.
Well, there's no reason why not. In fact, within rather broad limitations, you can work out any program you wish. We're behind you, ready with any cooperation you need or want.
I know that, Colonel. But I've got to get the evidence of any secret bases that might exist on that island before you can make a move.
Well, that's putting it rather simply, but completely.
Okay, Colonel. Let's do it your way. Now, when does this fellow expect to sail, and when can I meet him?
He sails at midnight, and he's been waiting on you all day, Jim.
Good. I'll pick up Colo and arrange the meeting.
I think it's better for you to meet Captain Kennedy here on the reservation. Then you won't be seen near his ship till it's ready to sail.
Right, Colonel.
Just a moment, Jim.
Yes, sir?
Corporal, I want you to escort Mr. Bradley to the office in warehouse number 6.
Yes, sir. Any further orders?
No, that is all.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Jim, so long for now. I'm sure you'll get on very well with Kennedy, and he'll be able to give you plenty of help in the way of information about the island.
All right, and goodbye, Colonel. I'll return in perhaps an hour.
Goodbye, Jim.
Better go by car, sir. That warehouse is down near the wharf, about 1.5 miles, sir.
We can pick up my assistant, Colo. He's probably at the first aid station yet, getting a rather nasty gash on his head treated.
Certainly, sir. Here we are. This is Warehouse 6, Mr. Bradley.
Juan Jim, what place this be?
Just an office in a not-too-noisy warehouse where we can have peace and quiet. Colo.
Yes, Tuan Jim.
We've got to split up on this job.
Huh? Why, Tuan? You not like Colo anymore?
What I like or dislike has nothing to do with it, Colo. We're going to do different jobs in this case, that's all.
What Colo do, Tuan?
Well, you're to join the crew of Captain Kennedy, an inter-island trader who is going to drop me on the island, which is under suspicion. Through you and Kennedy, Colonel Cripps and myself can get word back and forth to each other.
Why not Colo go on island, Tuan? Who take care of Jungle Jim if Colo not be there?
I'm afraid I'll have to take care of myself, Colo. Besides, you are just as important to the success of this mission as I am.
Colo not like. But what you want, Tuan, Colo do.
Here's the office, sir.
Jungle Jim Bradley?
I'm Captain Kennedy.
How do you do, Captain? Mighty glad to know you. This is Colo, Captain Kennedy.
Happy to know Captain Kennedy.
Mr. Bradley, no doubt Colonel Cripps has told you that we sail at midnight, that I'm ready to help you in whatever way I can.
Yes, Captain, thank you. I have only one request.
Yes?
Colo here will ask for a berth as a naval seaman.
Well, that's easy. All he has to do is come aboard and sign articles anytime he wants.
Well, thanks again. Now, Captain, can you give me a sketchy outline of this fellow who owns the island?
No one knows very much about him, except that his name is Bull Thorson, and the fact that he must be as rich as Rockefeller. He must have spent millions. He's built a castle worthy of an emperor. He buys nothing but the best, and plenty of that.
About how old is he?
Hard to say exactly. He's a big, well-preserved fellow. I guess about 50. Could be 10 years off, either direction.
Mm-hmm. Nationality?
He holds American citizenship. But whether he was born in the United States or was naturalized, that's another guess.
Well, tell me, Captain.
Hey,
look out, Jim. Someone shoot.
What the tarnation is going on outside there?
I'll find out in Toronto.
Quiet there.
Who's you got there, Corporal?
I've got him, sir.
Let me get a look at him. Who is he? What's your name?
Jose Martinez. I don't do nothing. His guns just go off. I don't even touch. Santa Maria, he's scaring me, too.
What are you doing here?
No, I know him, sir. That's his right name. Yes, he works in the armor's shed, a sort of a porter and general handyman.
What were you running away for if you didn't fire that shot?
I don't do nothing, I tell you. She just go off. Bang, I think I die, so I run to find out.
That truck full of guns. What were you doing with them?
Every day I get guns to be fixed. Bring here. Never touch. I know life.
Yeah, he's right about the guns, sir. He collects the pieces needing test or adjustment and delivers them to the gun shop. It's in the next building.
I suppose it could be an accident. But why should a gun that should not be loaded be wheeled past the building where we were talking to Captain Kennedy? Go off by accident, miss my head by an inch, and get Colo in the shoulder. Tell me why.
Well, I don't know as I would try to answer such a riddle. Just an accident, I suppose.
Corporal, I want this man taken into custody. And I think Colonel Cripps will want to question him plenty about this.
Right, sir. Jose, come on. The big boss wants to see you.
Sure, I go. Madre de Dios. Those guns be very bad thing. Good thing I stay away from them all the time, huh?
Take him in, Corporal. I'll take Colo over to the first aid. And tell the Colonel I'll be there in half an hour.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Jose.
Yes, sir.
Well, Colo, how do you feel?
Not be bad, Tuan. Just little scratch.
Yes, I know, but we'll let the doctor have a look at it anyway. And then I want to see Colonel Cripps and find out what he knows about Jose.
Well, Jim, all set?
Yes, Colonel. I've made all arrangements with Captain Kennedy. He'll take Colo on as a member of the crew, and we sail at midnight.
Good work. I knew you'd get on well with him, Jim.
Say, what about this Jose, Colonel?
I don't quite know what to say about him yet, though I am inclined to believe his story about it being an accident.
It's possible, of course, Colonel. But in the light of the events of the past few days, I'm inclined to view everything with suspicion.
Well, this Jose he's a native. He was born on the island. He's got a good job, which gives him not only living, but a social position where he can lord it over his friends. No, Jim, he'd think twice before he'd put his position in danger.
There was something about him I don't like, Colonel. It's only a hunch, of course. But I'd watch him for a while.
Oh, definitely, Jim. I'm suspicious, too, but he's got a clean alibi. I've assigned a 24-hour watch to him for a few days to see if anything develops to justify your hunch.
I'll feel more comfortable if he proves to be in the clear. If he's tied up with the gang we're chasing, it almost proves that they know about our plans before we make them.
Well, no matter what they know, Jim, the department feels that with you on the job, it's only a matter of time when they'll be behind bars or out of the picture somehow.
Oh. Thanks for your confidence and good wishes, Colonel. I'll take off now. I have to break the bad news to Kitty. She expects to come along, you know.
Oh, Jim, she can have a much better time here. Plenty of young officers around. And a pretty girl will have more escort than she knows what to do with.
Fine. Well, Colonel Cripps, thanks for everything, and you'll hear from me either through Colo or Captain Kennedy.
Goodbye, my boy. And my every good wish goes with.
So you see, Kitty, what with department regulations, the need for secrecy and caution, I have no choice in the matter but to leave you here, For a while, anyway.
Jim, I don't like it one bit. Those intelligent department men, if they were so smart, they wouldn't have to call you in. They'd do their own dirty work.
Now, Kitty, you're not being your usual sweet self.
Who would? You brought me down here. You led me to like this sort of adventurous life. Now you want me to sit here all alone and probably knit while you're off in another case. I don't want to do it.
Now, look, Kitty. Is a request enough, or do I have to give you orders?
Well, if you put it that way, I have no choice.
Good girl. I knew you'd be sensible.
Well, goodbye, Jim. You sail at midnight?
Yes, and in absolute secrecy. Goodbye, Kitty. Oh, don't look so glum. I'll be seeing you sooner than you expect.
All right, Jim.
Goodbye, Kitty.
So, you think you can treat me like a flighty, scattered-brained little girl, do you? I'll show you. I'll show you.
What is Kitty going to show Jim? And will Colonel Cripps connect the mysterious accident of the shot with the gang of spies that Jim is trailing in the Caribbean? Don't miss the next exciting episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of Cartoonland like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. More thrilling radio adventures of Jungle Jim will be heard at this time next week over the same station. Be sure to tune in.